Hello, everyone. I'm Dren Hatamata, and we are going to be reading some more CreepyPasta. Before we get started, I would encourage you to, if you have the capabilities, create your own background music. Because, one, some of these sound great with nothing but reading. Um, I kind of like the silence on some of these stories, but also, you might have your own playlist in order to create a sense of ambiance. That being said, we're going to be moving into the bees. And what was it, 131 stories we've gone through so far? And we're just going straight down the line, starting with the single pages in alphabetical order. And we'll be going into the bees now. So let me go ahead and mark that off my list. And we might as well get right into it, shouldn't we? Mr. CreepyPasta, eat your heart out. I'm not going to be clicking on any of the hyperlink things that I would have to go into the actual document for. I'm not going to worry about those because, let's face it, those are likely going to be copyright strikes. So I'm not going to worry about it. It's just going to be reading. This is something I would hope would be nice to be able to just set the phone aside and listen. The audio being more important than the visuals in this case. But feel free to read along. Baby dolls. In rural southern Illinois, a toy company began selling realistic baby dolls to expectant mothers. Probably should be expecting. But apparently, after the mother had her child, the toy baby would start crying. Eventually, the rocking motion advertised to calm it down wouldn't work. And you couldn't get it to stop without shaking it. Eventually, when it started crying, the parent would have to beat it. And even with the beatings and thrashings would have to get it harder and harder in order to get it to be quiet. The only thing that seemed to shut the baby doll up permanently was to bash its head against the wall to destroy whatever mechanism triggered the crying. On more than one occasion, though, neighbors called the authorities to report child abuse. And when the police arrived, they found that the bloody remains of the infant smeared across the walls and the floor. In most cases, the mother couldn't understand why the police were there. She said that she had just got rid of the stupid doll. She calmly stated as the rocking a baby-shaped bundle in her arms. That's interesting. A relatively delusional thing. It's hard to say yay or nay on how a toy company would send it and then there's no trace of the toy, but I guess that creates the sense of mystery in that case. Short, I wish there was more to this, honestly, but I think this is decent. I think it's decent. I would like to see more developed on this if someone were to recreate it. The baby monitor. Jim looked away from his computer. He had just finished his work for the day. He almost forgot about the final report that was extremely important for his boss. If he didn't finish it tonight, he would be fired. Or at least that's what the employer threatened him about. He was told to stay home today and finish it in the comfort of his own home. To concentrate better, his employer told him. Jim had been on his computer since 1 this afternoon. It was now 8 o'clock. He only took breaks to eat and check on his newborn baby, whom was about a month old. His wife and he had been married for about 3 years before they decided to try and have a child. They were joyful in that the first baby was healthy, and, they hoped, happy. Jim stretched in his chair and looked at his computer screen once again. He quickly saved the report. He then wondered when his wife would return from the grocery shopping. Jim sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. He closed his eyes and began to doze off. After long, he was woken by the sound of crying. Soft, faint crying. He looked around, wondering where the sound was coming from. Then he noticed that the baby monitor was on his desk. Well, Jim thought, time to check on little Julie again. Just as he started to stand up, he heard the sound of a door opening Just as he started to stand up, he heard the sound of a door opening in the baby monitor. Jim stopped and listened. He then turned to the sound of his wife singing a lullaby. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. And if that mockingbird won't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring. Jim sat back down. He lay back in his chair again and started to doze off once more. The sound of his wife singing a lullaby wasn't just making the baby sleepy, but him too. This was the start of a wonderful family, Jim thought. Just as he closed his eyes, he heard the front door creak open. Jim watched as his wife walked in with the grocery bags in both hands. He looked back at the baby monitor, his wife's voice still singing the lullaby. He then stared back at his wife for a brief moment before sprinting up the stairs and raced to his newborn's room. His wife dropped the groceries and ran after her husband. As Jim was running, he kept thinking, No, what is happening here? Jim bolted towards the door and almost destroyed it as he threw it open. Jim gazed into the room. He witnessed something he will never forget, no matter how hard he tries to. Well, that's interesting. Definitely one of the ones that is leaving it up to you to make the decision on how real this is, isn't it? I like that. I do. I find that intriguing. What was it? What was it that he witnessed? 2 wives? An ex? Who knows? Perhaps a mother of sorts? That sounds just like his wife? How'd they get in? Ideally, the door would be locked in most circumstances, but maybe it wasn't, depending on the neighborhood. We don't know. I find that incredibly interesting. All right. Baby shoes. Clip clop. Clip clop. Clip clop. Clip clop. I told my mother not to bring home strange things. Does she ever listen? That's a firm no. Those were the sounds in the house after she bought the baby's cowboy boot at a thrift store and brought it home. She placed it in the hall next to the foam skull. It was, after all, October. I could hear the voice of a child at night as it would walk around in the hall. My bed was right against the wall, so I could hear every clop of its one boot. It made such a funny noise because there was only one boot. The sound was a thing hobbling around wearing only one shoe. I mean, seriously, who buys only one shoe? It wasn't just my imagination or spot of mustard. What? When the hallway carpets started winding up, bunched of feet from where it was originally placed told me it was a specter, or more of a grave than gravy. What? Finally, having enough of this thing, and replacing the rugs and picking up that skull, I had my mother put it in her room. This calmed the spirit like a charm. It was now that I wish we could do something about the ghost of the child who wears the light red Mary Janes she bought yesterday. Oh, that's interesting. Like a haunted boot? Cat.
She wants to knead on me.
We have dough for that, I thought. Well. Just waiting for her to sprint over here and jump on top of my desk. Anyway. That was peculiar. The babysitter. This is an entry found in the boy's diary that may be evidence of his disappearance. I was at home with my little brother watching TV. We watched a few episodes of SpongeBob and a few episodes of Drake and Josh. After about 30 minutes, the doorbell rang. It was the babysitter's sitter mom left in charge. Hi, she said. Can I come in? My brother and I let her in. So, when are your bedtimes? She asked. 9, I said. We looked at the clock that said 8:45. Since it was close to our bedtime, she sent us to our room. When I was in my pajamas, my cell phone rang. It was my mom, and I answered it. Hi, sweetie, she said. How's the babysitter? Great, I replied. I love her black hair. But she has blonde hair. She has blonde hair, silly. Are you serious, Mom? I asked. Sweetie, if the babysitter has black hair, then she is not your babysitter, she said. You need to call the cops right now. I hung up on her, ready to call the cops, but when I noticed my babysitter behind me with a knife, I told you that you must stay in bed, she said. Now you must be punished. You know what? Maybe this should be a small PSA. Let your children know what your babysitter looks like if they haven't met them yet. Like, seriously. And also, parents, make sure the babysitter is someone that's actually trustworthy for sure. You know, not just someone you don't know, but someone of at least notoriety if it's not anyone that you actually know. Protect your children, please. All right. The back house. It all started during my childhood around the age of 3 or 4. I adored the outside. Then again, most kids do. Most kids have a normal childhood. Mine was quite the opposite. When I wasn't venturing around or getting into trouble, I always liked to explore the back house. The back house was basically a garage with a second floor, which was mainly used for storage. I always liked rummaging through it and see what treasures I could find. Sometimes I would pretend that I was a king in a castle. However, there was always one door I would neglect. Maybe it was the odor that came from it, or the way the door was broken as if something inhuman had destroyed it. Nevertheless, I ignored it. Until that day. That horrible day when I first heard it. The moaning, or was it crying? Whatever it was, I heard it, and it scared me. Fear and curiosity combined in my head, and I start to walk towards the door. With every step I took, the crying got louder and more intense. I backed away from the door, turned and ran. I only stopped once to look back, and I saw something that looked like a lot of blood seeping out from under the door. I entered the house and ran upstairs crying. I remember getting tucked into bed that night with the fear of something would know I was up here and would try to get me as I slept. I let my mind wander as if I fell asleep. Big mistake. I woke up in a cold sweat with blood running down my arm. It was strange because I felt no pain. It wasn't my blood. I looked at the mirror and saw words painted in blood. Those who come in never come back. I quickly got out of bed and ran into my parents' room where I told them everything. The blood, the crying, the moaning, everything. My parents assured me that everything was all right and that I had probably had a nightmare. So I stayed there for an hour until my dad finally said he had had enough of my nonsense. They told me to get a glass of water and they would tuck me in again. I ran downstairs, got the water, and came back up. My parents kissed me goodnight, and they started to shut the door. My dad reopened it and whispered, "Those who come in never come back," as blood began dripping down the walls. That's interesting. The implication is, did he end up going inside? In reality? Let's go back to... No, would go in... As I started to walk towards her, I backed away from the. So it doesn't say that he walked in, but at what point is it considered too late? This is not the same back room, unfortunately. Now that the back rooms are a thing, this name job kind of. Yeah, well, we'll go on. The back room. Now, I'm not exactly sure what this was, or is, but I have a pretty big back room in my house. I slept in that room when I was a little about 4 through 5. I slept in the room while I was when I was little, about 4. Commas, please use commas, people. Ugh. Slept in the room when I was little, comma, about 4 through 5. That's what it should have been. Can't wait to see my terrible grammar if I ever wrote one of these. This room had a slide door that usually jammed up. Now, I don't know why, but around my 5th birthday, my mom moved all my stuff out of there. When I tried asking, my mom said she just said. When I tried asking my mom, she just said she didn't want me to sleep there anymore. Now, I didn't think much of it until my mom put a very thick sheet over it. It made the room a little creepy, but I didn't even realize what it was till she had to crack the sheet open. You see, my family was poor and we couldn't afford an air conditioner, so my mom had to crack open the door to stick a fan in there. The only problem is that I slept right in front of there now. Every night I heard something in there. The only problem is that I slept right in front of there. Now every night I heard something in there. Now I didn't really care till I saw eyes that freaked me out so badly that I froze in place. I saw a shadow come through the door and reach its hand out to me. Of course I screamed, but I soon realized I couldn't make a sound because I was paralyzed, and it came closer, touched my forehead, and said, "I'm you." I'm trying to think about this one. I'm you. It is like a replacement type thing, at least in my head right now. As far as I can tell. I don't know. Interesting. I'll say this again and again. A lot of these are conceptually incredibly interesting, but when you really get down to it, it's just kind of like, what's what? What's what? Um, since these are all one pages, these are a bunch. That would be great. You know what? Real quick, I'm gonna get some water and ice. Well, mostly water, I should probably say. Hot mic. All right. It's all better. All right. Backward dream. I had a strange dream a few weeks back. It's a little bit fuzzy, but I know it well enough. Oh, and before anyone says this is not even scary, this is a true dream I had. So the dream won't be directly creepy. This is the implication that it's more creepy to him or them than it would be to us necessarily. because he's the one who experienced, or they're the one that experienced it. I was having this dream. It was in third person, but I was thinking for myself. I was in my English classroom. The only people in the room were me and the teacher. I raised my hand as she was giving the lecture to tell her that the Mayans were wrong, and that the world was not going to end in 2012. But then I tried to say that. But when I tried to say that, I said it supposedly backwards, though I do not know if my mind was actually saying it backwards or if I was spouting complete rubbish. I was taken aback when I heard myself say this, and was very confused. My teacher said cautiously, "What?" I responded by trying to say it again, this time saying the sentence correctly. After I said this, there was an agonizingly long moment of me and her just staring at each other blankly. Then my teacher out of nowhere started yelling things backwards at me. No, not yelling. Slowly getting louder, like turning up the sound on a speaker. Then I woke up. I had no idea what she said or if it was actually backwards, but when I told my teacher about the dream, she said that she had a similar dream when she was a child. Except that they were talking about a different thing and the roles were reversed. This is the first time anything like this had ever happened to me. I'm not sure what to think. So there are a handful of these that are about dreams that are relatively unnerving. And I do find that interesting. I've got a couple of my own. Not particularly interesting, I think, but I think anything that has in regards to the various dreams people have is incredibly interesting. Being able to look into someone else's mind and see the things that go through it that they have no control over or whatever have you. Bad company. He shows up at 5 when you're just home from the office and dog-tired. Unannounced and uninvited, a smile on his thin lips as you open the door. "Sorry to stop by so late, old chum," he says. "But I have something I've got to show you." You wave him with a forced grin, cheerily inquiring about his health as you shoot up an apologetic look at your wife. She knows, and you know. That he's always been bad company. Dinner's in the oven, of course, and there's just enough for an extra mouth. She sets a third place at the table and checks the wine cooler. "Should be fine." He notices. "You're sure?" Then he's straining for three an ample meal or two. For two. He notices. You're sure that he's straining for three an ample meal for two. But he's never perturbed. Bad company, this one. Mark your words. Dinner passes with merry laughter through gritted teeth. You smile and chortle while shooting daggers. He, oblivious as always, makes subtle passes at your wife. She tactfully dimmers, ever the hostess, ever the sweetheart. You make a mental note to pick her up something nice on your way home tomorrow. You even find the energy to make tonight special, if he'd just leave. But that would be far too easy, especially for someone who's proving himself to be very bad company. After dinner is coffee and dessert in the living room. The sponge cake was for your mother. Your wife baked it last night for a special occasion of her arrival. Now, forced into a social corner, it serves as sacrificial lamb to appease the intruder in the cheap blue suit, his greasy hair, and well-known smile bleeding into your immaculate sofa as he gabs incessantly about nothing at all. His behavior is barbaric, the true mark of bad company. He asks to see your new ratchet set, so you reluctantly lead him into the garage. You feel a slight migraine headache coming on. You've got to get him out of here and soon. You steal a glance at the clock from the far wall, 10:30. He grins enthusiastically at your gleaming collection of shiny tools. He practiced eye skimming over their chromium surfaces. You display the ratchets with a faint flicker of pride. Bad company like him doesn't know the quality when he sees it. In the living room again, 12:30, you finally shed the visage of propriety, and announce you're going to bed. If he doesn't take the hint, you can damn well sleep on the coffee table. Your wife follows you down the hall to hear a faint thud from behind. You turn to see her head open like a wet paper bag upon the sudden intrusion of your new wrench. Swung swiftly by the pudgy arm in the cheap blue sleeve, he advances with an apologetic half-smile. Thanks for the pleasant evening, chum. I know I can be bad company. You know, it's... I've had some experiences with people not getting the picture that trying to do a thing, it happens. It does, it really does. And it can be an interesting experiment to see how it goes, because when they're so oblivious they don't realize that they're bothering the shit out of you and that you had no plans of having them there or something like that, and you're just like, okay, well, I guess I have to deal with this now. It's quite intrusive, and in this case, fatal. Bad Dog, the Black Screen. The following is a true story that happened around me 3 times, and will always confuse me. Up until 2000-2001, there was a software company called Berkeley Systems. They were best known for their immensely popular screensaver programs called After Dark and the game You Don't Know Jack. One of their most popular screensavers in their packs was Bad Dog. This was a funny one about a dog who would tear your wallpaper, pee on your trash can, dig holes, and do more to your desktop while you idle. They also had one in After Dark 3.0 or 3.2 called Boris, about a cat who did cute cat-like things on your screen. The screensavers were very vivid, had great MIDI effects, and always would be with me and to my dying day. They were a huge part of my early days, to say the least. If you started Boris, occasionally Bad Dog would come in and chase Boris around for a while. This would have different animations and sounds than the rest. The same happened with Bad Dog, where you would have Boris come in and get chased. The first time the mysterious black screen happened, it was about 3. I was interested, but terrified of it. The black screen was very rare, even more so than the invasion of Boris. While what happened was that instead of your background, there was a jet black screen with only Bad Dog on it. He would stare into the distance, bursting and growling for a while, periodically whimpering and running off screen, just to sprint back on seconds later. This had me terrified. I was always wondering what horrors lay beyond the blackness that only Bad Dog could see. Needless to say, the other times were equally disturbing, and to this day, I'm still haunted by the creature behind the blackness. Okay, this is something that, having a scary screensaver is something that I think is really interesting. I remember when I was young, my brother was playing American McGee's Alice, the first one. And it was on PC, I suppose, apparently. And it gave you a screensaver pack. And one of the screensavers was Cheshire, who looks like a bony, malnourished cat with a crazy wide smile, as Cheshire's smile is. And I remember it terrified the crap out of me when I was 7, 6, however young I was.
You told me the first time you were 8 years old.
Was it?
8 years old. You saw it, and it gave you nightmares for months.
Did I say it gave me nightmares for months? I remember seeing it for months. I know it bothered me a lot. Nowadays, I'm fine with it, but back then...
A poster of it.
Yeah? Yeah, now I'm fine with it. Wait, what more do you want me to say? I don't know what you want. Jeez. She's being mean to me. You hear that, people? She's mean to me. Trying to kick my butt.
She's your wife, that's what she's supposed to do.
I am joking.
Don't make me bring up what happened on Thanksgiving. I'll do it.
We already said that.
Did we? This time?
We've already said it. We can go beyond.
Stop.
Uh-huh. Let's go to the next pasta. Bad idea. Yesterday, a friend of mine called me. It was John, an old buddy from high school. I hadn't spoken with him for years, and we started to reminisce about all the crap we pulled in high school. A few days later, I decided to call him back to see if we would get together. Maybe go fishing or something. Excuse me. We talked on the phone for a while, and I said to him, "Hey, maybe we should get together sometime." At first he said it was a bad idea, but then he agreed. I asked him for address, copied it down, and told him I'd see him in the morning. The next morning I arrived at his place he said he lived at. There was nothing but rubble there. It looked like there had been a fire there years ago, but nothing got cleaned up, and the plants never regrew. And in the middle of the rubble, I found an old rotary-style telephone on the floor, not connected to anything. Hurriedly, I pulled out my cell phone and called the number. The telephone on the floor rang. Once, twice, a third time. I dropped my cell phone in shock and knelt to grab the rotary telephone. A voice drenched in distortion and hiss said, "I told you this was a bad idea." Haunted? I don't know. Oh, very short one. Bad thoughts. Have you ever thought of something bad? And you start thinking that the person next to you can read your mind? You would get in a lot of trouble. And when you dismiss the thought, thinking it's impossible for people to read your mind, cherish those few moments of paranoia. It's the only time they're not listening. More thought experiments. Things to make you question what you think. Normally paranoia is the thing that is the worrying part, but imagine paranoia being the only point of liberation from what's actually happening. Can't wait to get my crown in 2 days, so I can get rid of this damn slight whistle on all my S's. The bag. It was another casual Sunday. I visited my grandma yesterday in the small city I slept over for the night. We were gonna leave today, but I can't get that picture out of my head. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, I'll tell you. It was a sunny day. My grandfather, who speaks Spanish, said that if you want to go and look out for vipers or snakes, whatever you call it, It's a little bit of a messy sentence. I agreed, but my little cousins Samuel and Daniel, I called them Sammy and Danny, wanted to come, but I thought it was too dangerous. But will they come along? But they will come along, so my grandfather grabbed his rifle, pellet gun, and we went out. We had trapped about 2 snakes, but one got out and the other one dead. My grandfather in Spanish. Ay, nos michos tío es... Forgive me. Michos tío eso y llamó lo mito evapora. Which meant... Ah, no way, Uncle Issel and Yemel killed the viper. After that, we went along until my dad came. We were over somewhere near boxes, kinda about 3 or 2 miles away. After that, we went to the other side of the property, and then my grandfather saw a bag, and said, "Ayu estun o bolsa," which meant there is a bag. So he picked up a branch and poked the bag and said there was a bone. Sorry if I didn't say it in Spanish. I'm not good at it, even though I'm American and Mexican. I thought that it was weird how there was a bag in the middle of the outskirts of the city where my grandmother lives. I pretty soon found out someone lived here before us. So we went back to the house. A while later, me and my dad found out what was in the bag, so we grabbed 2 branches and pulled the bag. The bag had a pillowcase and an old rain jacket over these bones. After we opened the pillowcase, we saw something disturbing. Some decaying dog bones with skin on it. I was downright scared and left the bag there. Me and my dad went back to the house without a word. So put yourself in a scenario. Imagine finding something disturbing on your own property. Surprisingly, it's incredibly common. I mean, common enough is probably how I should say it. After all, I mean, thousands and thousands of years of people being around, things being around. It's interesting to see what can happen even in the last decade of what you can find below your own home. Imagine you could dig it up almost like in Minecraft and just check out each and every piece. Imagine you could just take up a square meter and dust it off and check within it and put it back if you wanted to. It would definitely be interesting, and who knows? You might find out that there's more to it. Is the chat working? Oh, don't tell me the chat's broken again. No, it's going there. Okay. It's just taking a sec. And also, how's that latency? Should be ultra low latency, but it's looking a little laggy. Damn. Oh, it's not live on that point. Oh, why'd this get behind? Whatever. Continuing. The bagpipe tune. Somewhere in Pas-de-Calais, France, there is a trench from the First World War, once used by the Scottish 20th Brigade. It may be filled with dirt, or perhaps a stream is running through. On a certain clear summer morning, you may hear bagpipes being played. The tune heard depends on your mood. If you're happy, you might hear a jig. If you're sad, an air or pibroch. Anger usually plays a strathspey. Strathspey. Words I haven't had to approach. If you approach in the direction of the sound, you may notice something sticking out of the embankment. Go ahead and try and dig it up. It's just an old set of bagpipes. Picking them up, look them over. If you're feeling good, good things will come to you. Sadness and anger will give you a nice little pick-me-up. The sudden death of all your enemies. If you can play the bagpipes, wait until you hear the shrill whistle cut through the still air. Play a good, steady march. It could very well be the greatest sound ever heard by mortal ears. If you feel so good, you might never want to put them down. The dirt and mold will fall off, and the set will look good as new. If you are truly lucky, you will be truly lucky. You will choose to keep them. Of course, everybody does. But remember, if you haven't returned them to the trench in Callias in 1 year's time, you will join the 20th Brigade as the bagpiper until the next charge. I always like these things that are similar to the rituals or the holder series. They're always fun. Okay, before I read this one of the things I really like about CreepyPasta is they can create a scenario in which anything could possibly be scary if you write well enough. Hence balloons! Balloons. We all have memories. When I was little, my father used to sell balloons. They were very colorful balloons, too. Every day, my dad gave me one balloon. Every one of those balloons are stuck in my head. Every picture of me has a balloon in my hand or one beside me. But I wish I could take them back, because those balloons are taking over my life. I didn't feel good today. I felt uneasy and strange. I lay on my couch anxious, but didn't know what I was anxious about. I'd then fall asleep. I had visions of red balloons floating in the air, dark red balloons almost the color of blood. I then woke and I heard the sound of rubber squeaking. My heart jumped. I went to see what it was, hoping it wasn't anything that I was dreaming about. But unfortunately, a red balloon was right next to a picture of me. Oh. The balloon was getting larger. It inflated until it popped. Blood spattered all over the walls, floor, and me. I quickly ran downstairs to see many red balloons about to burst. I kept reassuring myself that this was all just in my mind. Then the sound of the pop, and then it was just too real. I'm typing this to warn you. Good memories can't always be good. There you go. That's a thing. Sorry, this one's titled Barbecue Bacon Cheeseburger, and it's a CreepyPasta. I was really hoping it'd be just a recipe, but it's not. It's a little more than that. Alright. Barbecue Bacon Cheeseburger. I sat down at the table, setting my plate in front of me. On it was a thick, juicy slab of cheeseburger, with strips of bacon on it and barbecue sauce dripping down the sides, and a helping of fries, each the size of a man's finger. I lifted up the burger. Sauce was already on my fingers as I took a bite. It was possibly the best thing I ever tasted. And it was my usual order whenever I was at this restaurant. I licked my lips clean of the sauce and kept eating, savoring each bite. Once I finished the burger, I ate the fries. Just as good. After I was full to bursting, I stood up and saw the manager, a tall, round New York Italian guy. "Hey," he exclaimed. "Just the guy I was looking for." "Nice seeing you, Tony," I said, grinning ear to ear. "Anything for me today?" The restaurant also served as a deli. Take your pick of the finest meat, and you could take it home. Me being a frequent customer, a friend since childhood of the manager's got me a good discount. Yeah, we just got the new shipment. The burger you ordered was fresh from it. Come on, pal. I followed him into the back, and he closed the door behind him as he fiddled with the lock on the other door. Opening it up, I looked around at the meat hanging from the ceilings, ripe for the picking. Now I knew why that burger was so good. How about some ribs? How about some ribs? I said, pointing at the fat man's corpse hanging from the ceiling by meat hooks and in his ankles. Chunks of flesh already taken off of his bones, his arms and a leg missing. See, a lot of these are going to be twists, but it kind of leans into what the twist is. I think that's generally better. This is okay. The ending is kind of cheesy, I'll say that much. What I do like about it is the guy knows he's just completely okay with this. And could be at any restaurant, possibly. I don't know. Could it be at a restaurant you've gone to? Who knows? What is this restaurant? Barbie. You all have heard of the Barbie doll. I know you have. The story starts out on late November evening. My sister was having a birthday party. I snuck upstairs into my sister's room. As every boy, I hate Barbie dolls. So I started to tear their heads off. I set the Barbies back where I found them, headless. I went back downstairs. Later that night after the party, my sister went into her room. I heard a bloody scream. She runs to my mom with the headless Barbie doll. She blamed me, but I denied. My mom didn't fall for it, so I got sent to my room. It is now 8:30 p.m. Everything is too quiet. My sister's gone off to bed, and I'm alone, in the dark. I try to fall asleep for a half hour. I open my eyes halfway to see a shadow forming from the light from under my door. I thought it was my sister trying to scare me, so I told her, stop. The light disappeared from under the door, so I went back to sleep. About 5 minutes later, the door opens. A Barbie doll falls down in the doorway. I think it's my sister again. So I throw my pillow and it lands on top of the doll. I close my eyes. A couple seconds later, the pillow hits me in the head, and I look, and the doll is standing upright in the doorway. The lights in the hall turn on, and I see the Barbie's head is crooked. I sit up. The doll walks into the center of the room. I arm myself with a blanket. The Barbie lunges toward me. I open the blanket. When it hits the blanket, I close it. It is now like 9:30 p.m., and I have a rabid Barbie in my blanket. I stay up all night, firmly grasping the blanket-covered doll. When morning struck, I went outside with the doll. My mom was going to work. I said I couldn't sleep and said goodbye. I quickly tossed the Barbie doll under the tire. As she was pulling out, the Barbie's body exploded and head flattened. My mom didn't notice. I knew my sister was waking up soon, so I cleaned up the mess and tossed it into the trash. I rushed inside to play Fallout 3 on Xbox 360. That is why I am now afraid of Barbie dolls. I no longer tear their heads off. My sister never noticed, or anyone else. Now she has outgrown Barbies and hates them like me. Can we just agree dolls generally are creepy as shit anyway? Like, it's weird because ones that are meant to look creepy and scary, like the Living Dead dolls, they're actually not easy to be scared of because it's like they're meant to be like that. But you get like a friggin' anything where the eyes can move too. Oh, I hate dolls. I hate dolls. I'm gonna get some more water. I'll be right back. Hot mic. Really glad to be getting into the bees. Alright. Something about streaming without headphones just doesn't seem right, does it? Gotta have headphones or it doesn't count, I guess. I don't know. Weird. Alright. Baseball. Jeffrey and Tom loved baseball. When they were young, they had played on the town's baseball team. Jeffrey had been the pitcher, and Tom had played second base. Now that they were older, they spent their time watching baseball games on TV and talking about baseball. "Do you think they play baseball in heaven?" Jeffrey asked Tom one day. "That's a good question," Tom said. "The one who gets there first should let the other know somehow." As it turned out, Tom got to heaven first after he was in a bad car accident. Jeffrey waited patiently to hear from him. One day, Jeffrey found a see-through Tom in the living room. He was scared but curious. "What is it like up there?" Jeffrey asked. "And do they play baseball?" "When it comes to baseball, I have good news and bad news," Tom said. "The good news is we do play baseball in heaven. We have some fine teams, in fact. I even play second base on my team. Just like in the old days." "What's the bad news?" Jeffrey asked. "The bad news," Tom started, "is that you're scheduled to pitch tomorrow." "Huh. Mm-hmm. Yep. Gonna die." "Interesting. That one, actually, it's kind of cute." Scary, though. It's like, oh, and a little heartwarming, I guess. So today I'm going to tell... Oh, wait. Might need to read the fucking title. Basketball. So today I'm going to tell everyone a legend that has been going around at my middle school for years. When the school first opened, there was only one gym and it was very small. Now we have 2 gyms. There were only 4 basketball hoops. Now we have 8 in each gym. Every day the kids would play on the best basketball hoop, and one in the northeast corner. Then one day, a few years after the school first opened, when the gym coaches arrived at the gyms in the morning, they found a kid's body hanging from the basketball hoop in the northeast corner. Everyone was shocked. It was talked about on the news. Teachers couldn't even pretend it didn't happen. Then a rumor started going around that the basketball hoop was haunted by the kid who died there, and everyone was afraid of it. Eventually, since most kids are stupid as they can be, they would dare each other to try and get a ball in the hoop. Tongue-tied. The weird part is, though, that nobody could make it. Not even the most talented players in the school, including the coaches. So kids just stopped trying to play there. Until one day, a kid shot a ball into the basket. The second the ball went into the hoop, he began vomiting violently all over the place. He was sent home sick, the teachers assuming he just had too much to eat for lunch. The next day, he didn't come back to school, which was also excused, which was understandable considering he was sick, but he didn't turn up for days. Until the news came on with a story where a child was hung in a basketball hoop at the park. Believe it or not, it was the kid that made the basket. Then, everybody was scared. Nobody dared anyone to make a basket from the point on. Kids were instructed not to go anywhere near the hoop in the corner, or the one at the park, and they listened. The legend ends sort of saying stuff like this could be the end of the world, because eventually, if more and more kids make baskets in haunted hoops, eventually every hoop in the world will be haunted by a dead and hung kid. Which is obviously not true. Yet still today, no one ever goes near the hoop. The point of me telling this legend here is just to let everybody know what happened to me. If I do disappear tonight, today in gym, I was aiming for the basket in the middle of the west side of the gym, but I was too far away, and I suck at basketball. It drifted to the left and landed in the hoop. Everybody in the whole gym froze. At first, they looked at me surprised because I made a basket, but when they saw what hoop it was. Personally, I don't believe anything. I'm sure that I will be fine, that the legend is fake, but right after I made the basket, I heard something. Whispering. I couldn't tell for sure, but I think they said... It's not... No, okay, this is not hidden text. What'd they say? I want to know. I gotta know. The bas relief. Every 23,375 days, exactly at 12:04 p.m., at exactly 64 equal rotations of the plane, at 0 degrees latitude and 0 degrees longitude, the tide of the ocean will suddenly drop. A building roughly the size of 3 city blocks covered with bas reliefs will suddenly rise from the depths. This building will then begin to sink immediately. It will submerge completely within 2 minutes, according to the eyewitness accounts. The reliefs depict certain famous events in human history, including events that had not yet happened. It's my trash can. She's not listening. Bat. Not paranormal, but still a creepy story. A few friends and myself were driving a fairly good distance at night to see a friend of ours a few hours away. We had just decided on a spur of the moment kind of thing to go see him. Oh, excuse me. It's around 10 p.m. or so, and we're driving down the highway when we see a sign saying the highway is closed, and I remember we have to take a long-ass detour to get to where we're going. Determined to see him, though, we proceed. The detour through all kinds of backwoods shit. We live in Northwest Missouri. Sorry, I was thinking NW, and I was like, what state is that in? Whatever. I'm stupid. Towns that you blink and miss. Random collections of trailers formed into villages, and tons of abandoned houses. Lots of creepy potential. I start telling all kinds of paranormal related stories from my childhood, and my friends are all pretty spooked as it is. We come to another one of those small towns at around midnight or so. The first house we see has someone on the porch, just overalls, standing over a barbecue with some kind of knife or something in his hand. Illuminated mainly by bug zapper and an old street light. Again, not paranormal, just creepy. Then, as we're going down the road, lots of trees on either side. A huge winged animal flies at the windshield and pulls up just before hitting us. I didn't get a great look at it, but its wings looked vaguely bat-like. But its wingspan was easily the width of the car. So imagine that. You're driving down the road, and at night, around 12 or 3, whichever one's more concerning to you, and just a gigantic-ass bat just flies in front of you. And Northwest Missouri, there's not supposed to be those kinds of bats. I'm not even sure if they can really survive well up there. Someone tell me if something. I don't know. Alright. I'm going to take a little break real quick, because I need to go to the bathroom. Alright. So feel free to get up, go to the bathroom, get some food, get some drink, whatever. Why are frames dropping? Do I need to... you know what? Let me just go ahead and take that out and make it easier on my computer. That should be a little better. Alright, I'm going to take a small intermission. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Alright. The battle. A crack of thunder. Patting of rain. Light filled the area. Blood pooled in your own hands. Spear of your enemy laying in your lung, wherever your lung is now. You can feel these seconds drift like hours. In the light you see your general, his blade in hand, standing tall above his mound of slain men. He may have lost his army, but he won this day, this fight, this war. But you can hear his cries, his screams as the light fades and his blood drains away from him. Yes, he has won the war, his last war, his war with himself. His old scars fade into new wounds, his old worries into new terror, his old life into death. This war has changed him in all ways. The light is now gone. The beat of the rain dies out. It is cold, but you feel warm. The embrace of death and all her children. Sleep now, child. Your day is come. Well, isn't that just fun? That's kind of, it's. This is. I think about self. It's a little confusing. Go ahead and go to the next one, I guess. Ow. All right. Be afraid of the dark. I was getting ready for bed. I had already changed into my favorite pajamas, with the feet and all. I was about to slip into bed when I had forgotten to turn off the lights. I got out from under the covers and I saw a little blob in the corner of my eye, an opaque blob, and just kept on walking, ignoring what I thought to be a shadow. I then turned off my light and trotted back to my bed, quickly under the covers. When I finally settled, I still heard a bit of rustling. I didn't dare look at where I had seen the opaque figure. I didn't want to know if I was going to die. I know I sound paranoid, but really, I was starting to panic. I felt a slight weight add near my left leg. She was crawling. She was coming towards me. I had no hope. I was dead. I was a goner. You're just paranoid. Stop scaring yourself, I thought to myself, trying to calm down. I heard her ragged breath. I could sense her presence. I finally gave in to the temptation. I saw her jet black eyes, her white face as pale as snow, her hair as black as night. I made the worst decision of my life, asking her a question. Who are you? No response. Why won't you respond? She just stared at me, inching closer and closer. Hello? Good night. Hmm. Hmm. The beast in my house. The door swung open. Clearly while my mother rested and my father was out getting groceries, someone had forgotten to lock it. Though I was holding a set of keys, idly jingling them. When I saw what I saw made me stand wide-eyed. It towered over me. Ever since I ever since I had told ever since I had told me to run. Ever since I had told me to run. Still clutching the keys, I stared to the beast. I had a wild reddish gold mane that flared like it was like fire. Eyes. It had a wild reddish gold mane that flared around it like fire. Eyes that were wide but seemed sunken into its darkened sockets. Blackened extensions similar to spider legs surrounding the optics and glared into me with utmost rage. Or was it hunger? Its cheeks also seemed dark and sunken in, almost as if it had been starved for so long it had grown gaunt. A moss, a mess of red, which I imagined was blood, was sloppy and heavily present around his maw. Its talons were stained in similar color. Only what I could imagine was a warning. I didn't stare for much longer. I turned and started running. Sure enough, like any beast would pursue its prey, it began chasing me. It chased me and I was horrified. Surely enough, my mother woke up at the sound of me running, and most likely all of the panic sounds I was making. Her door opened just a crack as she checked to see what was going on. She didn't even seem to notice the creature. "Hey, settle down," was all she said. I was on the verge of tears. The beast growled a few words at me. "Give me the keys," it demanded in a grunteral's tone, crouching low to look me in the eyes. My bottom lip trembled, and I surrendered the keys. I was only 4 at the time. I had always hated when my older sister would get all dolled up for a date. I like that it was his sister the whole time. This is one of the things that, like, if you're good at writing it, you can make anything look really good. That's a duplicate. I'll get rid of that. All right. And also, it's written by Shinigami Eyes. He's written a whole bunch of them. Him and I think the name was Slimeball. There's like two people who have made a whole bunch of them. Beast of Life. Imagine a world where everyone gets along. Astonishing, isn't it? But it's all an illusion, though a simple mirage that keeps you happy. That gets your day going, and once that's gone, you're done for. The happiness your life used to be filled will be siphoned out of you. The happiness your life used to be filled with, will be siphoned out of you. The monster of life will sense all, the fear and depression, and once it finds you, it will feed off your every last morsel and snap. Just like that, you're dead. Life's gotten the best of someone. It happens every day. Will it get the best of you? Will it get the best of you? How much more can you take it? That's definitely about self unaliving. All right. The beautiful pendant. You are walking back to your dorm after walking the four midnight shift. The silence makes you feel uneasy, but your car broke down the day before you and your roommate was out of town for the weekend, so you couldn't use hers. To break the silence, you start to sing your favorite song. Badly. But at least you broke the silence. You stop when you hear a rustling in the trees. You turn, ready to fight, when you notice something gleaming in the shadows. You walk to it and smile. It was a beautiful pendant. You pick it up. It was a midnight blue, and shone beautifully in the light of the full moon. You try it on and decide to keep the treasure. You walk about 2 or more blocks, and you hear someone say something like, "So beautiful." You turn, but no one is there. You start to walk a little faster, and pretty soon... Knock it off. Cats. Hey!
Who did it? Farah?
Can't tell. Come on, get out, get out.
Hold on. I can come to the rescue. Ugh.
In there, behind these.
Where you going?
Ah,
Bad girl!
naughty cat.
Hey.
Oh, god damn it. Alright, where was I? You start to walk a little faster, and pretty soon, full out run. You hear more rustling behind you, and you turn to see something crawling out of the bushes. About 3 creatures crawl out and start to crowd behind you. They look like they used to be human, but their skin and chunks of flesh have been eaten off. After staring each other down for what seems like an eternity, the leader finally says to you, "So beautiful. Get the pendant and the one it has chosen." You scream and run. You quickly lose them in an alley and jump behind a dumpster. You feel the clasp of the neck. You feel for the clasp. You feel for the clasp to the. You feel to clasp to the necklace, but it's completely disappeared. You look around to see a pair of wire cutters next to you. You try to cut off your curse, but it failed. You throw down the tool and turn to run. When you see the creatures have found you, with nowhere to go, you begin to cry and pray as they eat you. You go into a deep sleep. When you wake up, you pray it was a dream. But when you look down, your skin is missing and part of your flesh is eaten. You see that the pendant is in your lap, and you cry. You are one of them, and you are hungry. You see another girl walking down the street, drunk from the bar. Give her the beautiful pendant, a creature that was behind you said. You sneak along and place the pendant on the girl. Place the pendant so the girl can see. Soon, you hiss to yourself. The pendant will allow me to feast too. Yeah. Becoming the monster that you so ran from. How am I still dropping frames? God damn it. What if I cut out all the sticky notes? Will that help? Because right now, there's barely anything going on with my computer. I have two programs. I have Streamlabs, OBS, 1.11.2, and I have this screen on. I'm watching the stream through my phone so that way I can respond to messages. Damn it. Alright. Become Mystery Hunter Person. There was once a man called Sam. He lived alone and worked for a company that made billions of dollars every week. His life couldn't have been happier until something happened. Someone broke into his house at night. He heard it and took a knife out that he got from his father when he used to hunt with him. He got downstairs but didn't see anyone. He looked at the window and got crushed by a stone. He took a piece up and saw He took a piece up and saw something slightly behind him. The monster put a knife in his leg and made him fall. The knife fell down on the floor, but Sam couldn't reach it. Go to sleep, the monster said with a gun. Sam looked at him and saw that it was a boy with scars that starts from his lips to his cheeks. The boy put a knife in Sam's eye and took out the pupil. Anatomy? Sam screamed of fear and pain. He did the same thing with the other eye. Sam took his knife that fell out of the floor and put it in the boy's arm. He kicked him down and got out. The boy took out the knife and got out of the house. Sam was in the street. He couldn't see anything. His leg hurt. He tried to get into his house again, but found the way in. He got into the toilet and tried to see what happened to his eyes. The blood fixed his pupils, and he saw how it became red. He cried, but it wasn't water. It was blood, he cried. He saw that the wound from his leg got healed, and looked at his heart. It was still working. The company's project worked, but now he has someone else to hurt. He has to hurt the boy that hurt him. The next morning, Sam got into his work's office. When the boss looked at him and saw the project worked, but instead of letting him still work, he fired him. In fear of Sam would release the secrets of the company, Sam's life got ruined by that boy. When he got home, he looked at his computer and hacked the police information. He found someone that matched what he had seen of the boy. His name was Jeffrey. Jeff for short. He looked all the information the police had and took on his clothes. It was time to find the devil and take his head off and put it on the wall like the other animals he had hunted with his father. Yeah, Jeff the Killer story. That's what this is. It's a Jeff the Killer story with a different perspective. Or he becomes sort of the same as Jeff the Killer up to an extent by donning the same shit somehow. And that's apparently okay. Let's refresh. Okay. Let's chill out, computer. Let's just chill out. Oh, become mystery hunter person. Oh, I get it. Yeah, no. Jesus. The bed game. A warning. You must never try this. It can lead to your death. If he finds you, God help your soul. Instructions. This is how to the bedroom game. This is how to play the bedroom game. It is played when you're alone in your house. First, make the biggest mess of your room. Then list the objects you want to find. But make sure you don't see where you hid them. You must then turn off the lights in the house, go into your room, and light a small candle. Then put it on the floor or a desk, take a CD of horror music and put it on. This will attract evil. Now, open your eyes. All you will see is darkness and a candle. You will hear the scary sounds from your CD player, and when the sounds of footsteps can be heard from the radio, hide, or he will find you. Then after the footsteps are gone, wait 30 seconds, then come out of hiding. Then feel around and try to find the objects you're looking for. The best place to hide them is under your bed sheets, where all objects found. Turn the lights on and the sounds off, and leave the room. There's another ritual game. You know, I find it interesting when they do these things, because it's just, and I think they should get rid of this type of warning where it says you must never try this. I think if they took this out and just left it at this can lead to your death, if he finds you, God help your soul. Yeah. But if you can't, I don't feel like it makes sense to post a ritual game like this and then expect them not to play the damn thing. Like, I get it, you're trying to entice them, but it's not how that's not what you're, come on, man. You should know better than that. As if you didn't know what you were doing. Come on. Oh, God, what the fuck? I don't like how this one's written with everything uppercase. Okay. Alright. This is what I signed up for. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Hello, I'm Mark. Last night I found a dead body in my fireplace. He looked very, very bloody. He had a scar that stated, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. He had a knife stuck up through his mouth. It also looked like chalked on something. He had an answer, to the knee. He had an God damn it. He had an arrow to the knee. I did some research online, and it told me that in 1998, this guy lived in the house that I lived in the same room as him. And he had a Nintendo, and died by a Nintendo game Beetlejuice, and this is how he died. Hello, my name has Tom. Hello, my name has Tom Balin, and his favorite movie was Beetlejuice. He went to a pawn shop one day to get GoldenEye 007 for the N64 when he found a Nintendo game with the label ripped off, and it stated, "Go away." Curious, he bought the game, and when he got home, he played the game. The title screen was normal, except that Beetlejuice's eyes were bright red and had no pupils. He thought it was just a graphics glitch and started playing and noticed that he had already had the key and tried to get in the house. But a text box appeared and said, "Beware of Beetlejuice." He got into the house, and he was transported to the sandworm. Beetlejuice couldn't move. Then the sandworm killed Beetlejuice. Then another text box appeared and said, "You didn't listen. Now you must pay. Beetlejuice, come out." He was confused. Then Beetlejuice came out and stabbed him repeatedly and shoved the game in his mouth. He asked Beetlejuice why he was doing it. He replied, "I don't have an answer. I'm the ghost with the most." Beetlejuice shoved him up my fireplace and said, "It's showtime." Then, 14 years later, I got him cremated. And I heard his ashes say, "Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice." Oh my god, this was so terrible. This fucking, oh my god. Oh. Oh. God damn it. Why? This is what you enjoy. What the hell? Oh, I can't believe it. Why? And what was the part? Jesus. Oh, man. How? How? Oh, god damn it, cat. Why? Yeah, there's just no, this is just a crappy pasta. That's all it was. Okay. Now that we're past that bullshit. See, I feel like once it gets into into more than one page, we'll get a lot more of the more serious ones. That one, holy shit, that was so awful. Oh, I need to send that to someone. Oh, the beginning, as well as the end. We have all had our fears. Some people get over. Grammar. Some people get over them, others don't. Saying that you will never be afraid is a lie that many say in order to hide the fact that they are. I wasn't always afraid of this thing. I had common fears like how people think of me, and it didn't help that I could find ways to make an ass of myself. I guess I'd tell you why it frightens me. It is because I don't know what he'll do. Who is first? And that I am last. It's difficult to describe him other than how I can at the moment. He is pure anger and death in one form that wants vengeance over humanity for what they have done to him. Rather, for what they've done to us. It's funny to think it all started with one simple object. A damn marker. Now, I wish I had it with me. Now I could give myself some answers. Or I could have made it worse. Now that possessed piece of shit is where it should be, rotting in the landfill for fucking good fucking riddance. Damn. No. Leave my poster alone. I used to think the only way out. In which they could live was a bullet in the brain. Now I think they are the other options. I now know how it will end. He will die. I won't allow him to harm them. He shall not harm her, and if he tries, then nothing can save him. This is my life, not his, not anymore. I don't know how to kill him, but that doesn't mean I won't try. The marker was just the first, and he's trying to spread his power. I have to find the rest. I have to. I need all of them to kill him. If you find any objects that fit the description below, please contact me. The objects will have these following traits. Heavier than usual. Sudden increase in anger occurs when held. Unwilling to let go of or lose said object. Obsession with said object. Increase in violent thoughts or actions when said object is held. Yeah, is it just my feet stink? Jesus. I love this picture, by the way. There's a tiny little boat right there. Behemoth. As long as fishermen's tales have been told, there is always a reoccurring one. It speaks of the behemoth. Seemingly sentient, the creature does not feed on humans. It finds delight in torturing them in the most gruesome ways possible. After being swallowed whole, you enter a tunnel filled with extremely foul and noxious acid. You will feel a larger dread than you could have ever imagined. Unspeakable horrors fill up your mind until you can't think of nothing else. Once you are on the verge of killing yourself, the behemoth expels you. Always near other humans. If you do not succeed in killing these humans, you'll most probably be taken into a mental asylum to spend the rest of your life. If you do succeed in killing them, you'll regain your sanity, but at what price? That's a fun little one. Oh god, these... Okay, so I think this is the example. Yeah, where things are just slightly the same. At least with these. Okay, I can delete that one. There you go. Oh. Oh, I don't think I've actually looked in. Have I seen this one? It had 72 views back then. I wonder how many it has now. Because I believe this is a pretty good animation. God, I wish I could look at it on stream. Fuck. I don't trust it. Alright. Behind the closed doors. Troubled by his conflicting parents and haunted by the monster that dwells in his bedroom closet, Gregory must confront his demons and defeat the true evil that exists behind closed doors. By Jonathan Button. And it gives a link, but I can't look at the link in it because I don't want to do it on stream, and I'm trying to keep my channel fairly clean. I mean, it wouldn't do much to me, but it's not my content. I'm sorry. Behind you, .rare. I can't sleep. I can't even fucking sleep. Ever since that damn file appeared on my desktop, my life went spiraling down. I went on Skype with my friends playing Minecraft, the usual. I was about to play Gary's mod when a strange file appeared on my desktop. BehindYou.rare. I wasn't sure what it was, but I extracted it. Inside the file contained two folders, both some crazy numbers. I opened one. One file called 435-965U0385692398 contained a text file. It was simply called "Opening this will be your fate." I opened it, and it was just some random bunch of numbers. I was freaking out at this point. I went to play Minecraft to calm down a bit. I opened Minecraft and hit single player. I went to play a survival map I called Jeremy Survival. That's when I saw the new world behind you. I went to play the world, and my Minecraft crashed. Closing the game, deciding to play later, I called my friends on Skype. Every call I was in was just static. That day, I was so scared, I told myself not to look behind me. I was going to send the file to one of my friends, but that's when I thought, if this is true, I would never want to put this on anyone else. I felt something breathing on my neck. I felt slobber dripping down my neck. I decided to look behind me. Yeah, and there's a little picture of the world. Fucking refrigerator. God damn it. Being followed. Let me tell you my story, since I have nobody else to talk to. I know it's not the most sinister or even creepy story, but regardless, it is all true. It is a story of what I've been through in the past few terrible months. You see, the thing is, for quite a while already, I had begun to think I was getting paranoid. Very paranoid. Not just a little. I have the feeling that people are following me, and they are getting more every day. I get the feeling they want to know everything about me, every last detail. I've already tried to make my life as boring as possible in an effort to make them lose interest, but it seems I have had the opposite effect. I know that the number of people that spy on me grows larger each and every day. They are everywhere now, and I don't know what to do anymore. No matter where I hide, they find me. So quickly, it's horrifying. You know, at first, I thought it was all in my head, but now I have proof. I can't deny it any longer. There are literally thousands following me. Thousands! Every waking hour, and perhaps even while I sleep, they are there, lurking in the shadows, waiting to pry every last secret from my mind. What could I have possibly done to deserve this? Am I being punished for the sins of another life? All I want is a peaceful night of sleep, but they will never, ever leave me alone. They've even started to send me little messages demanding more information, demanding that I lay open my very soul to them, demanding more and more and more. Even while I sit here writing this, I realize that I have finally hit the end of the road. This is the only thing left I can do. Only one way out. I have already written a short farewell note, explaining my final act to those who are left behind. Especially to my friends. All those who have stuck with me through good and bad times. They deserve an explanation for why I would do this. I am simply too afraid to lose my sanity. I can't stand pressure any longer. I will end it all. And then they can't follow me anymore. Nobody can ever follow me again. I will finally have my peace back. Tonight is the night. The night I finally delete my Twitter account. I do like this one a lot. I like. Should I just post creepypastas some on my Discord? Oh, I'm gonna fucking lose it. I mean, this is just so great to me. Like, it's not until you get here you think he's gonna off himself, and then nope, it's Twitter, and it just makes so much sense, and I think it's so incredibly relevant right just now with the whole Elon Musk having bought Twitter and just running it to the ground. Oh, I actually really like this one. Whew. Okay. Oh, fun. All right. Being human. It all started like any other day. I was just a normal teen living with his parents. I'd been walking home from school and I noticed some people I knew started to disappear without any clue to their whereabouts. When I got home, my parents started to act weird. After they got back from their honeymoon and just stared at me with black, soulless eyes and their bodies were pale and they sent shivers down my spine. So I went to my room, haunted by the image of my parents. Ooh, excuse me. It'd been a while, and I thought nothing about my parents, and the other day they had been sick. Slowly, people had gone missing and been reappearing, but something was wrong. I just couldn't put my finger on what it was. I just noticed that they had the same soulless eyes and pale skin as my parents, and they had no expression on their face. No sign of pain or sadness, just nothing at all. I just I started to notice that they kept watching me, my every movement, and I knew they were just staring at me, just waiting for me to look away. You have a feeling, you know that feeling you get when you're about to go on a roller coaster and you're about to go over the highest peak? Well, it'd been many nights that I haven't slept because they were always watching. When I go to school, I notice they start following me until I arrive at school. An overly crowded group just stood behind the gate. I have locked and barricaded myself in my room because the things, they are not the ones I know, but soulless demons with those teeth. It's just so horrifying. I don't know. I don't know. It will go on. The door. It's breaking, and they are slipping their way. They are slipping their way through. I scream in agony as they tear my flesh, chanting those words. Then I wake up. My mom was singing, and I was shaking to the horrible nightmare I just had. I looked at my mother with my soulless eyes, and was smiling, explaining the nightmare I had endured, not because I was being eaten, but because I dreamt I was a human. Ah, there we go. Flipping the script. He wasn't like that to begin with. 10, 15 minutes? Yeah, I think it's a good point. All right, this is gonna be the actual intermission, not the one from earlier, because I gotta go pee again, because I've been drinking a lot of liquid, a lot. So I'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes. Feel free to go to the bathroom, take a break, whatever, get up and stretch. This is the intermission. Alright, we are back. Let me test the chat one more time. Alright. There it is. Make sure this is keeping up. Go live, you mother... Okay, there we go. Sorry, my phone was a little behind where I'm looking at. I might be the only one in here. I don't know. Okay. The being. My life is normal. Nothing has never happened that altered it. I've lived in a city, not the biggest place, but a likable place. I had plenty of people and a nice community. I had lived there for quite a period of time, and I've known most of the community, but they didn't know me. I had a few friends who were notable and wouldn't pull a prank of what happened to me. Excuse me. One of them wanted me to stay the night at his place, for he had become paranoid of something. He wouldn't tell me, though. I was hesitant, but I went anyways, for I was a good friend. He went out cold fast, and I was almost done with no one to talk to. And I was almost alone with no one to talk to. I heard something, though. Through the night, it wouldn't stop. It was at his window, and it tapped all night. I was about to investigate and saw its shadow. It was there, hominoid in form. Yet, some distorted features told me that it wasn't human. It stood out the window all night, staring at my friend, not me. I raced my thoughts, wondering what it would do. I fell asleep and awoke to a scream. My friend was gone with no signs of forced entry or anything, and no evidence of what happened to my friend. I didn't call the police, for there was no evidence for them to investigate, and the least they could do is say he was a missing person. I went home befuddled, but of what happened, and it also made me think, will it come after me next? Along with the other thing that had crossed my mind on the subject. I had tried to go to sleep, but when the tapping had started again on my bedroom window, I was afraid the moon would show its shadow. It stopped when I looked out the window and it just stared. I just looked into its eyes and it didn't move. I didn't look anywhere else except those eyes. They were white with no pupils or iris. It didn't move. It just stared and then disappeared. After I was out of the trance, I locked the window and the door to my room. I then tried to sleep again, but to no avail. I awoke in the bathroom, confused. I looked around, thought, how did I get in here? Was that a dream? I asked myself, and then I got up and took a peek at the mirror. Astonished and yet frightened, I saw those eyes, yet they were mine. I looked at the rest of me. A bone structure of human, but like a skull. It had a nose, but there were more like holes. I smiled and saw only grotesque rows of teeth. I went out of my bathroom. My stomach growled. My friend wants me to visit. He may appease my appetite. See what they did there? Beings, written by Creepy Kyle. Have you ever felt a strange sensation of being constantly watched? Or a cold breath behind your neck? Oh, don't worry, I'm not talking about ghosts or spirits. I'm talking about them. The beings. They are only called that because people don't yet know what they are. Let me explain this better. Beings are, well, beings who are invisible to the human eye, at least 95% of them. 95% of the time. Maybe they are maybe they are from another dimension, maybe they have superior intelligence, who knows. But there is something that But there is something that we are certain about the beings. They are always there, always watching, waiting for the right time. They're not spirits. They're not dead. Spirits are energy that can't harm you. However, they can. P.S. They are slender. Very slender. Was that the Slender Man? It's the Slender Man. Believers. Belief is a powerful thing. Well, not your belief. Your opinions couldn't be less important. But there is someone, and there always has been someone, who can control the universe by the powers of belief. You see, at any given moment, the universe is controlled by what one particular man believes. All things, right down to the laws of physics, are subject to instantaneous change as soon as one dies and another is chosen. Amelia Earhart disappeared when she knew Believer couldn't fathom a female aviator. Ever wonder why Newton's seemingly obvious laws of motion took so long to come around? For thousands of years, all the believers put their stock in Aristotle's physics. Believers don't even know about their powers. It's a flat-out impossible to tell who is one. The idea that a single being can control everything about the aspects of our life, rather than us being able to change the physics at a mere blink of an eye if they just give it enough thought. The bells. When you hear the bells, stay still and close your eyes. And if you don't, then, well, nobody knows what happens. She'll get you, and you won't see anything but her eyes forever. Short, and I'd say it's interesting. Ambiguity in what's going on. I think the fear of I don't know. I don't know is something that makes things terrifying. So when you get to these points, just keep that in mind. Like, that's a good way to create a sense of fear, is the fear of the unknown. Beneath the bed. I was lying in bed one night, many moons ago, when I felt a rise and fall of breathing, a different rhythm than my own. It thrilled me, chilled me, scared me. Such a frightening tone. For 'neath the bed was a corpse that was only skin and bones. But it was breathing. Or was it you? Was the person that was alive actually on top? And you were the real one beneath. You okay, hon?
Excuse me, sorry.
You okay? You okay? Oh. Anything I can get you? Alright. You're welcome. Beneath the mattress. A family went on vacation together and checked into a suite at a cheap old hotel. They booked 2 double rooms, one for the husband and wife and one for the children, a boy and a girl. When the children go to their room, they both detected a bad odor. The husband called down to the front desk and asked to speak to the manager. He explained that the room smelled very bad and they would like another suite. The manager apologized and told the man that they were all booked due to a convention. But he said he was going to send a maid up to their room to clean and try to get rid of the odor. Excuse me. After lunch, the family went back to their rooms. When the kids walked into the room, they could both still smell the same odor. Again, the father called the front desk and told the manager that the room still smelled really bad. The manager told the man that there was nothing he could do. So the kids had to spend all night in the room. The girl and the boy held their noses, trying not to breathe in the stink. Eventually, despite their discomfort, they got to sleep, and in the morning, their parents were knocking at the door to wake them up. When they opened the door, their father smelled the stink and decided he had got to get to the bottom of this, of what was causing this horrible smell. He started searching the entire room for the source of the bad odor. He sniffed the towels, took down the curtains, and checked the carpet. The kids helped too, checking the bedclothes and the mattress. As he pulled the top mattress off the bed, the young boy saw there was a big hole in the box spring base underneath. He looked down into the base of the bed and came face to face with a horrible sight. There, lying curled up inside a box spring mattress base, was the dead body of a woman. The boy realized that he had slept all night just inches away from a rotting corpse. See, I feel like this could have been something that actually happened. Like, it's not really a place you think to look, right? Trying to figure out what's going on. I would have thought, though, that the maids would have done something. But it seems like it seems like the manager didn't tell them what to actually do or try and sniff it out or whatever. Like, this seems like something that should have been found. I don't know. I don't work at a hotel. Benjamin Franklin. A Mason. Benjamin Franklin's links to occult secret societies have long been known. In one clip below, the History Channel talks about his involvement in the Hellfire Club, a secret society that conducted black masses and orgies. These bizarre occult practices are still going on today in secret societies like the Bohemian Club. In 1988, workmen restoring Franklin's London home dug up the remains of 6 children and 4 adults hidden below the home. The London Times reported on February 11, 1998. Initial estimates are that the bones are about 200 years old and were buried at the time Franklin was living in this house, which was his home from 1755 to 1762, and from 1764 to 1775. Most of the bones show signs of having been dissected, sewn, or cut. One skull has been drilled with several holes. Paul Kipman, the Westminster coroner, said yesterday, "I cannot totally discount the possibility of a crime. There is still a possibility that I may have to hold on inquest." So this is something that conceptually isn't out of the norm, of finding that there's a dark history to most of the people that we grew up with knowing about. The idea that maybe the things we used to think aren't as kosher, if you will, as we originally thought. Benjamin Franklin, the person who discovered how to harness electricity, person who discovered how to utilize it. Need something to drink? You need something to drink? You need something to drink?
Fucking stop. It's like something's lodged deep in my throat.
Do you need a lozenge?
No. No.
We can make a cherry.
You could give your cherry flavored bullshit. Fucking douche.
She doesn't like the cherry flavored things.
I hate cherry.
She hates the cherry flavored things.
When we go to the bar, I give Dren Hatamata all the fucking cherries I get in my drinks. I hate cherries.
She hates cherries, everybody. She's a cherry hater.
Don't judge. Don't you sit there and judge me. Are you a judgy Jason?
I might be. I was thinking that too. Can you believe that we're partners? that we are spouses.
Partners in crime.
All right.
Catch all the henchmen.
Bismillah. Bismillah. You have committed the sinful act of murder. For it you must face the stated consequence. How do you plead? I plead guilty, but I do not deny the circumstances under which you claim I committed said crime. 'Twas not the cold blood, nor was it for personal gain. The man in question was broken long before I made my choice. I was verruckt, imprisoned in his head. No thought of Sandy Crescent. Every night, as I would settle for this restless sleep, I would lie awake for hours, hidden in shrieks of the vain attempts of subduing himself, and I know his story. Weeks ago, he was traveling. As a merchant. This would naturally be his method of go-about. He met a strange man who handed him a pendant, a saw, and a knife. Since he took those artifacts back to his home, I've heard the screams. I went over a few nights back to see if I could help the poor bugger. Oh, oops. This is supposed to be more, American Cockney. And you know what I found? Suppose he was right, don't you? No, I found a room with bloodstains shining the wall and a bloodied mess sitting in the corner, twitching, clutching the saw, a knife, and wearing a talisman about his neck. Most people would have tried saving him. Tore the things away, taking him to a doctor. But I'd heard him. Those cries weren't anxious, as many would assume. The only torture he'd have felt would have been going on his very soul. No, the sounds I heard were delight. Should I restart this? Let me restart this. Bismillah, you have committed the sinful act of murder. But you must face the stated consequence. How do you plead? I plead guilty. But I do deny the circumstances under which you claim I committed said crime. 'Twas not a cold blood, nor was it the personal gain. The man in question was broken long before I made my choice. He was Verk, imprisoned in his head. No thought of Sandy Crescent. Every night, as I would settle for restless sleep, I would lie awake for hours, heading in the shrieks of his vain attempts at subduing himself. And I know his story. Weeks ago he was traveling as a merchant, and would naturally be his method of go-about. He met a strange man who handed him a pendant, a saw, and a knife. Since he took those artifacts back to his home, I've heard the screams. I went over a few nights back to see if I could help the poor bugger. And you know what I found? Suppose he was right, do you? No. I found a room with bloodstains shining the wall, and a bloodied mass sitting in the corner, twitching, clutching a saw, a knife, and wearing a talisman about his neck. Most people would have tried to save him, then tore the things away, taking him to a doctor. But I'd heard him. Those cries weren't anguish, as many would assume. The only torture he'd have felt would have been going on his very soul. No, these sounds I heard were a delight. Well, I know then that the only way to save him then, would be to deliver him to God. One quick move with that knife, right through his forehead. Doubt he felt a thing. Many a man would have fled then, but I stayed with him. Then I told folk who came looking for him, in no doubt, for of them One of them came here, and I was called before you. Don't suppose you ever crossed your mind why I came quietly. Don't think for a second you thought there was a sliver of a chance that I was innocent of brutal killing. Lock me away in carceric, because as I'm rotting here, I'll know that I'll be delivered, equal to the man I allegedly murdered, to God's kingdom. Amen. And good night, Lady Justice. That is a little haunting. Like, what he said, it was the light. Bloodied mass sitting in the corner, twitching, clutching a knife. What the hell happened right here? I would love an expansion of this story. Like, the way I would recommend to expand it is by, so these are all spoken lines, right? So I would take these. I forgot that. They would take these, and then you would just add in the filler to explain the rest of the world. I think that would be amazing. Best apples. The time had come to tear down the old orchard. For the longest time, it had produced fine apples, and the owners had boasted about their work and their homegrown fertilizer. But that was years ago. And with its owners long gone and the trees dead and withered, the farm had gone into default. Its land was returned to the county, as it goes to the developers rolled in. And as it goes, the developers rolled in. It's been an odd place for a farm, not terribly far from the center of town, right near the old asylum. It'd been cheap land at the time, the owners had said, so why not build there? The foreman came up, signaling that the two dozer crews to begin knocking down the old farmhouse and orchards. Not 5 minutes later, horrified screams could be heard from both. The bulldozer at the house had fallen into a hidden basement, the harsh light of day revealing jumbled bones and skulls and a large metal door leading into darkness. The bulldozer at the orchard had a similar find, and when they pushed fresh dried husk over a tree, tangled in the roots were 2 rib cages. It didn't take the investigation long to figure out what had transpired. But then I asked my grandfather. He said they weren't always the most delicious apples. Yeah, that's how you really get the good nitrogen, I guess. That's how you do things sometimes. Real quick, I just want to see how many of these we've gone through so far. 44. Nice. Best friends forever. Do you remember me? Sure you do. They all do. We were at the same party. We really hit it off. I think it's the beginning of a long friendship. It was your friend who introduced us. Well, she's not really your friend. I am, though. You can always depend on me. And you always will. I can tell there are going to be a lot of people trying to get in the way of us. But you can't let them. I'll always love you even if they don't. I've never had a friend as protective as you. The things you've done to protect us against all the people trying to break us apart is truly beautiful. Keep this up and you'll be my best friend. So many people have tried it before. They've all fallen short, but I'm sure you won't. I'm sure you love me too much to let this happen. You're starting to look different. Your devotion to me is exceptional. You're bordering on obsessive. Who are we kidding here? We are made for each other. Each other is all we need. When we're together, we're happy. You don't need anyone other than me. They would just get in the way. I know how you feel. I know the things you'd do for me. I know that you'd lie You'd beg, you'd borrow, you'd steal. You'd know if you'd kill. I know you'd kill for me, and I know you have. There are things you have given away to be with me. There are things you have stolen to be with me. There are hearts you have broken to be with me, even if there's even if it's only for a couple of hours. It's funny, really. The things in life you throw away for me, in the end, all you have is me. Without me, you're nothing. Nothing at all. We're together now. Now and forever. For as long as you can keep it up. For a while you did it for me, but now I'm all you. I'm all you did it for. I'm the reason you get up in the morning. I'm the reason you take what isn't yours to try and afford me. I'm the reason you have nothing but me. I am crystal meth, and your life is mine forever. I feel like this should be a good time for a little PSA. If, for whatever reason, you are experiencing drug abuse, then please try to get help. Try and find a, what do they call them? Shit. They have clinics that are especially for people in need like this. Various rehab clinics, safe places to do it. And then try and wean you off and whatnot. So, yeah. I think this one works well. It's like, perhaps I'm naive because I've never done it, but it does seem like it could be the perspective of someone who may have done this before, who have been through this experience. Maybe they finally got help, or maybe this was them talking about a friend. But yeah, it's a sad thing. I would never wish it on anyone. Best of friends. The internet is a rather disturbing place when you think on it. One of the few true Wild West scenarios in the modern world, lawless and without restraint. At least that's the image some give the World Wide Web. I never really understood the big deal about it myself, tending to stay away from the obviously corrupt and dangerous sections of the internet, just as one would stay away from the dark alleys or known drug dens in reality. As a general rule, if you don't go looking for horrors on the internet, you're unlikely to find any, save perhaps the occasional shock picture or hacking by malicious trolls or similar. One day I was browsing the web when I came across a website called Best of Friends, which advertised itself as a dating company. Normally I wouldn't go on such a site, but something about it drew me in. If only to see how many poor folks actually frequented the site. I was always cynical of dating sites. As soon as I clicked on the link, my computer screen went into the blue screen of death. My heart raced as I began typing madly, terrified as I just crashed my computer by entering a hacking site or downloading a virus. To my surprise, the blue screen disappeared after a few moments to reveal a black screen with the words, Best of Friends. In all caps below in similar letters was the sentence, Love is Pain. I was relieved my computer hadn't crashed, but at the same time I was rather determined not to spend much longer on this site, so I began to scroll over to the click exit. However, the site began to run itself, and clicked on play. No matter how much I tried to resist, it was at this point I once again began to panic. No matter what keyboard combinations or mouse clicks I used on the site to move my browser along, clicking on several links, opening images of smiling couples with their names written below. The images would remain open for a few moments before changing as if it was on a slideshow. The smiling couples becoming more and more depressed and angry looking. The women often having bruises and cuts, whilst the men having more unclean and unshaven. Each image had about 5 of these variants. Each one worse than the other, until by the 5th photo the women had disappeared completely, and the new positively wrecked men stood alone with angry eyes, their names written below, with a note stating, Another satisfied customer. Eventually I had enough and pulled the plug on my computer. I hated doing that, but it did the trick. Whatever the website had done to my computer made it virtually impossible to get by any other means. Upon restarting my computer, I did a full-on virus malware check, but to my surprise found nothing. As far as the website, I've not returned, nor will I encourage anyone else to do so. Seems I have strayed into a dark alley without thinking and paid the price. Be sure you don't make that mistake. Yeah, be careful of where you go on the internet. Not just because of things you might see, but because they do sometimes contain various terrible viruses and shit. Things you don't want to subject yourself to. Can easily pick it up. Actually, real quick, I also want to try this. No, don't. There we go. I want to see how many of just these one-page ones. There should be a bunch of the Holder series. J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U. There we go. Oh my god, there's 2,031 that we gotta go through. Jesus. Oh, so it's like, yeah, so we're talking about 2,200 of them are single pages. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, it's a lot. Well, it's a lot. But we can do it. We got this. Beth Parsons' toy. In the old days, a lot of time little kids were buried with their favorite toy. It could be anything, a wooden sailboat, a little baseball bat, an old doll, anything the kid loved. Beth Parsons' toy, a rag doll with two blue button eyes, was buried with her until she died. Was buried with her when she died. Just like that. 2 weeks after the funeral, when her father found the doll lying in the front porch, he decided there must have been a mistake and quietly reburied it. A week and a half after that, when Beth's mother found the doll, dirty and wet, on the floor of Beth's old playroom, she brought it to the family priest, and together they blessed it and buried it again in the little girl's plot. When they found the doll a third time, sitting up on Beth's old bed, there was a little note. It's too cold and dark in there. I don't like it. Why won't you let me come home? Ooh, that's a nice one. Little girl inhabiting the doll. Beyond Hell Valley. Super Mario Galaxy 2. Fun game, is it not? Of course it conforms to that old Nintendo mantra, playable for all players. Do you recall Silverburn Galaxy? A normal enough level. Have you ever tried looking up and to your left? It's not the sort of thing one does when racing through a level to obtain a star, but just try it. You'll see something strange. A trio of creatures watching you. Omnipresent. Whenever you are on this stage, no matter what spot you choose, look up and to your left and they will always be there, watching. Examine the game files and you'll see a strange title. Hell Valley Sky Trees. Though clearly they're not any form of flora. Look further and you'll find out the entire area they inhabit is deemed beyond Hell Valley. These creatures lie beyond the ominously named valley. Does Mario reside within a form of hell, constantly rescuing a repeatedly captured princess? Are those creatures some sort of demon, watching Mario repeat the same purgatorial task eternally, for pleasure or just telling Mario what will happen next, or his guardians, warning, watching, waiting, beyond Hell Valley. So I remember this one a while back. I looked at this one. Um, it's just interesting, the idea that that's there you go. See it a little better with the contrast. Yeah, this one was definitely really interesting. When you look at it, and I believe people have done this, like actually done that, and I think it works. Behind the mirror. Do you have mirrors in your home? Do you ever observe your reflection for a long period of time? There's a possible reason as to why. Astral projection is a phenomenon that occurs during sleep. It is speculated that during this time, while a person sleeps, their soul leaves their body. The soul is free to wander the world as it knows it. But there are still perils in the world. The first problem is, while your soul wanders, the other souls that still have not passed into your next life may enter your body and claim it as their own. That would leave your soul to wander for eternity. The second problem is that if your body were to somehow be destroyed, not only would your soul not be able to return to the body, but your soul would also not be able to pass on to the next life. Your soul would wander forever unless you found another soulless sleeping body. But what is the worst problem of all? The third, last, and worst possible problem involves a mirror. If you were to sleep at night, I'd advise against staring at a mirror. Why, you may ask? Well, if a soul unprotected by the body were to gaze into a mirror, it would be imprisoned within the reflection. The body would never awaken, and the people who would consider you dead at that point would never guess that you were actually being tortured within a mirror. Certain people have had this happen to them. Some of them managed to escape the mirror, but only for a while. There are now famous and considered ghosts, however, that this is not a proper name for them. They are merely lost souls. One of these famous people is known today as Bloody Mary. This is another person in this situation. The person is not famous, however, the person is the most important person you'll hear of. This person warned you about the dangers. This person is trapped forever, but they wanted to warn you. Now they have fulfilled their task, and they return to their prison. I should really return. I can't stay away from my mirror for too long. So, one of the things that really got on the nerves of the people originally on the wiki is that people were making a bunch of stories where, in the end, they're dead. So, there's no explanation on how the hell did this story end up here if you're typing after you were killed. Like, it was just something that didn't make any canonical sense, and people would, like, not really think about it and just try and keep going. And it's like, no, you really can't do that, though. And you'd have to get them to just understand something. Oh, excuse me. Beyond time. There is a dimension where all things exist beyond the flow of time. Some say that it is a paradise second to none. Others assert that it is an infernal place where all manner of malicious entities reside. Only a select few have made the journey, and none appear to have returned. That place is simply known as Beyond Time, or the Beyond for short. And in it exists everything that both can and cannot be, a plane of existence where the rules that govern our world are rarely followed. That place can be described as a bizarre conglomeration of reality and simultaneous non-existence. The very fabric of space-time itself is held together with unbreakable through bendable strings. Many are those who unwillingly yearn for such a place, where all their dreams can come true. Of course, all of the demonic and non-magical, maniacal beings often visit that realm as well. So all is not well. There is no ironclad way to reach this realm. However, if one delves deep into unraveling the mysteries of the occult, it is unafraid of going into the darkest, most dangerous locations involved. Then they may just find themselves beyond time. Once an individual is beyond time, there is no route back. So one must be sure that their conviction in reaching it is absolute. Despite its notoriety in an ever-changing flux, beyond time does not appear to have excuse me, does not appear to have numerous locations that are solid and do not move. One of those places is Dire Forest, a place where all evil is said to have originated. Another is the Forsaken Desert, where the seemingly barren wastes can contain deadly mirages. Enigma Plain is well known for its confusing nature. Also, Mount Al Gore is said to contain the coldest and most inhospitable conditions in Beyond Time, and perhaps something more. Lastly, the Ocean of Oblivion is said to contain hidden civilization of sea people under the merciless waves. These are but a handful of the locations that seem to exist permanently in the beyond. Despite its inscrutable nature, you may be wondering how I have come to know all this. The answer is quite simple. Although it may shock you to your very core, nevertheless, you, my dear reader, deserve to know. I am a being who is now beyond simple existence and is capable of transcending space and time. I am the only one who can go beyond time and back, for I am the only one capable of overseeing it in its entirety. Just who am I, you ask? I am the creator of Beyond Time, and I go by many names and titles across a plethora of realms. However, on this mortal plane, I am known as the Time Master. My power is absolute and beyond, so if you should ever find yourself there, know that you exist in my domain, and I will not tolerate any infractions. Judgment will be handed down quickly and mercilessly. For those who have defied me, trouble me no more. Thus, let it be known that beyond is a realm of infinite possibilities. But this freedom comes at a price. Interesting. I don't know what all to make of it, though. Bye, Beryl. Bye, Beryl. We've all seen them. And anyone who says they haven't seen them, we've all seen them. And anyone who says they haven't thought of them as derpy at least once is a liar. Bar Barrel is practically the derp poster boy. Most people never change that opinion. Then again, most people haven't seen their true nature, nor what they're capable of. On 2 separate occasions, I've had to stand by helplessly as they tried to tear my beloved Carlius' throats out before I could escape. I saw one nearly crush my Bronzer Tank, the Pokemon. My Bronzer Tank, the Pokemon I needed to take on the Hawthorne Gym with Rollout because I couldn't escape in time. I watched as my Combi, Flora, threw herself into Barbell's path to save Tank, and it was subsequently smashed into an unrecognizable smear of full power Rollout. Nobody sees the corpses dumped into the river for disposal, wash away into the ocean. Nobody sees the other native Pokemon trembling in constant fear. Why do you think Barrel and Bidoof are so abundant in most of the Sinnoh? Is it Sinnoh? And nobody sees the Barbarrel ganging up on young Pokemon, mere kids, for unknowingly wandering into the territory. but I have seen them. Behind that facade of obfuscating stupidity lies a cold, calculated murderer. Sometimes I wonder if they don't cultivate this image of stupidity. Sometimes I wonder if they don't cultivate this image of stupidity to lure trainers into a false sense of security. Sometimes I wonder if they aren't merely territorial, but also sadistic. No matter what, though, the images of of Carlius being nearly killed, one rendered permanently mute, and of my Combi, she was just a child. God, only a child being wiped from existence. Those will never leave me. And the images of those eyes, and the cold rage that burns behind them, those will never leave me either. For any new trainers approaching Hawthorne, please remember this advice. Avoid the bar barrel. From F Yeah Pokemon CreepyPasta. I do like a lot of these Pokemon themed CreepyPasta because I like the way they change your perspective on certain Pokemon. Again, tossing away the idea that things can always be cheery and that you can actually try and make almost anything scary if you try hard enough. And like this one to me isn't that scary, but this seems to be coming from more of a perspective of being in the Pokemon world. The Big Head O. A few years ago, I suddenly remembered about a village I once visited. It was a friendly little village I discovered by chance while traveling alone. I stayed there overnight and received a most heartwarming welcome. For some reason I don't know, I felt an urge to go up there again. I have good memory and was pretty confident that I remembered the way to get there. Once near the village, I spotted a familiar sign post by my car, which, if my memory was right, should have read kilometer to the village's name. I feel like they still could have put a number, but I guess they're leaving that for ambiguity. But strangely enough, as there was all there was on the sign were the words, "The Big Head O." I had a bad feeling when I saw it, but I decided to drive on. When I arrived at the village, I found it deserted and the buildings were covered in weeds. I was deeply puzzled and was about to get off the car when I saw about 20 meters ahead of me something that looked like a human with a very large head looming out of the bushes. Wait, what? What is this? While I was trying to understand what was going on, I saw other similar creatures coming out beyond or all around me. Moreover, they started to come after me, moving like in a grotesque manner, like their arms laying against their sides with their large heads swinging side to side. I was glad I hadn't left the car. I let the car run backwards at lightning speed and joined the main road. Afterwards, I checked the map at the location of the village I visited a few years ago, and the place I went on that day were mistakenly one and the same. However, I don't think I'll dare go to that place ever again. You know what? I think we could rule this one up to remember the Bobblehead movie? What if it was that and it was just that was the horror? Fucking bobbleheads. I mean, it damn near did it on its own. They were fucking terrifying. It was June 2nd, 1946, when the first nuclear test occurred at Bikini Atoll. But it certainly wasn't the last. Between 1946 and 1989, there were a large number of atomic explosions which hit the uninhabited islands detonated by the United States. As a result, several radioactive isotopes, the most notable being strontium 90, were released into the atmosphere and soon irradiated the waters surrounding the islands. In 1976, during a cleaning process, it was discovered that there was life located at the bottom of the surrounding ocean. Using specialized radar technology, it was determined that those creatures were unusual because they had adapted so as to inhabit artificial structures with large communes. In the short while Bikini Atoll was temporarily inhabited prior to the Caesium-137 began to take effect in 1982, U.S. troops were known for leaving things behind, including buckets, chests, and tin cans. When one of these islands sunk as a result of the Castle Bravo nuclear test in March 1st, 1954, these items ended up at the bottom of the oceans. For some reason, the sea creatures encountered in 1976 expedition were more intelligent than usual. They had utilized the waste and had begun to live within them, treating them almost as part of their natural surroundings. Animals such as crabs began a primitive form of civilization similar to our own. Some land animals were sent down in specialized suits as to adapt with the sea creatures. This select group continued to be exhibited until 1998. A person working for the corporation Nintendo in the tour funded by the company was one of the few people who saw these creatures in action. This eventually provided the inspiration for the certain popular children's television program. I actually like this one as like an origin story for SpongeBob. And like I think it's there is some canonical understanding that there were bombs there and that it could explain why it's the way it is. Yeah, there is explanation that supposedly there was a bomb. I think based on all the shit that's around there in the ocean is like yeah, this is definitely a thing that has happened canonically. Don't quote me, there's people that have done the research already. Like check it out. Just give yourself a chance and check it out. Bill Nye Explosion.avi. Probably everyone who loved Disney Channel in the 90s knew Bill Nye. Bill Nye was an actor who directed and starred in the educational show called Bill Nye the Science Guy. After at least 100 episodes, Bill Nye the Science Guy was canceled. It wasn't until 1997 when they first made the episodes available on Discovery Channel. I decided to have a little nostalgia and watch a video from the old show. I'd gone onto the website and searched and started watching a video titled Bill Nye Explosion.avi, thinking it was a title for the science they were doing, explosions and gunpowder and the sort. I clicked play and started with the normal theme song. Bill, 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 Bill Nye the Science Guy. And the screen cut to Bill Nye. He said, "Hello everyone. Today we are going to learn about explosions." He revealed a large can behind him. He first took a bottle of vinegar and put some oil in it. He then lit it with a match. As the match went into the can, the camera went off and was blown away by trash. It then went to the technical difficulty screen, showing Bill's severed head as the model. You mean headshot? Whatever. The body parts were never mind. The body parts were everywhere, including the cameraman and Bill Nye. As the camera zoomed into Bill's head, it was barely recognizable. It showed half of his face blown off by the deadly vinegar explosion, and his eye sockets empty. I took the screenshot above to show you what it looked like before showing Bill's head. All of the body parts were mangled and dirty, and blown into pieces with the last remaining molecules heated up and exploded in a big bang, destroying the camera. As they cut to another camera, it showed kids rocking on the corner and muttering nonsense to themselves after seeing Bill Nye blow into pieces. Soon after closing the Windows Media Player, the Bill Nye video vanished, leaving nothing but an error in its place. And apparently that's... I don't really see anything. That just looks like a pretty standard something exploded. Not too good. I don't remember too much of Bill. I think I may have seen 2 episodes when I was young. Bills. Bills. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Why is that tripping me out? Bills. It was all Bill ever thought about. The only thing that he thought about more was the irony of his name. He could never pay his bills until one day, an otherwise uneventful morning, when he missed the bus to work. It just didn't arrive. There was a man on the bench next to Bill. The strange thing about him was that he either had a really good costume or 3 eyes. Bill decided to send a compliment on his way and said, "I like your, eye," he said, pointing to his own forehead. The strange 3-eyed man responded with, "It does more than see light." And then he was gone. Bill thought it was a dream, because he woke up on the beach just as his bus was arriving. From that point on, Bill had increasingly good luck. He got a promotion which paid more than his current job. Then he could easily get his bills paid now. Even better, he won the lottery. He was getting $9,929 in the mail every month until he had been sent a whole million. 8 years and 3 months later, Bill had made a name for himself. He had a large business that he himself was the owner of, and he had become rich and famous. Then what happened was a scandal beyond belief over some trivial nonsense, which led him to being photoshopped onto a pornographic image. The public outcry was great, but they did not believe Bill's official statement that nothing happened, it was photoshopped. Bill's company came crashing down. Sales dropped because people refused to buy from him, and finally Bill had to shut it down. Bill was now poor and infamous. At least the bills will keep coming, he thought to himself. And then the bills stopped. Sometimes you get what you want, and then it can be so easily brought down. Imagine the people. I mean, I even work with some of these people. Imagine getting that $1.2 billion lottery, or what was it, 1.6? Imagine being the person to get that. You'll get about $1 billion at least, even after taxes. And my God, like, what little could it take just to take you down those notches? Because it wouldn't take too much. You just have to do the wrong thing at the right time. You'll do something stupid. And everyone likes to think they'll be able to play it smart, but we never know that. We don't know what's actually going to happen. Come on. Be careful when you're chasing the dollar. I hate chasing the dollar myself. I don't like to go after money, but it's become an unfortunate necessity. I've grown to hate money so much because it has become the unfortunate necessity, a true evil that you can have it and still not have the things that you need because you don't have enough of it, taunting you with every face, taunting you with every tale. And you know it's not their fault inherently, it's systematic. It's a system that says, these are what you're worth. And I don't like that. I don't like it at all. Because I just want to live and do the things I want to do without feeling like I have to live suboptimal. And I don't like anyone else having to live suboptimal. It's not fair to them. A lot of people didn't have a choice. A lot of people got stuck in complacency. What are they supposed to do? What can I do? I am very fortunate of the things that were able to fall into my lap. I really was. I am fortunate. I still don't have enough, though, and it's haunting. That is very haunting. Cat.
I've been doing that for the last 30 minutes to an hour, dude. Where have you been?
I've been reading CreepyPasta. What do you think? Oh. Oh. Do they make nose strips for cats? Oh. There's a snoring cat in the background. I don't know how much can be heard.
Dude, the snoring cat. Everybody loves the snoring cat.
It's adorable.
It is. She didn't even snore until she got her teeth taken out either.
So it's our fault. I see.
It actually might be.
Oh, Jesus.
Excuse me.
Alright. Anyway. Okay. Binding of Isaac. Okay, so earlier today I bought this game called The Binding of Isaac. I decided to play it, and it got really addicting. So I bought the DLC Wrath of the Lamb, and I loved it. I finally beat the final boss, the first final boss, Mom. I played through the game again. Got to Mom, but she was bloody. I died in the game, but Mom's foot kept stomping on me. The fuck is this shit? I said to myself. All of a sudden, my game froze, crashed, and then error said, Isaac is dead. Eve is dead. Who the fuck is Eve? I said. Then the hyper-realistic looking Isaac popped out on my screen with a knife. Isaac CreepyPasta. Nope, nope, nope. That one, no. And then a skeleton pop. That's what this is. And then a skeleton popped out. That's what this is. That's what this is. And it doesn't make sense. Hyper-realistic looking Isaac popped out. Don't say hyper-realistic. Hyper-realistic is not what that refers to. It's like a semi-realistic, if anything. Like, what the hell? It's just extra detailed. It's not... Hyper-realistic is a terrible thing to put. It's become increasingly terrible because hyper-realistic no longer means anything anymore. I'm sorry. I'm passionate. Shit. The Bird of Darkness. I am the bringer of darkness. I bring the fear in children at their bedtime. I am also within you. The darkness you seek is within you. I am inside you. The thing you fought is in you. Myself is causing you fear more than the darkness you fear is within me, is within you. I spread my wings over the world when it turns nighttime. My sister, the bird of the sun, banishes me to darkness every day, and I escape to the world. The eclipse is not science, it's me. The moon is one of my being. Every 1,000 years I bring the moon to hide the sun from you. Soon I will kill my sister and turn this world into a world of a black sun. Until then I watch you. The night is a living thing. The night is me. It is not a ball of rock and burning balls of plasma in the sky. It's my wings covering the world from the light, and the stars are patches of my wings, and the moon is one of my eyes watching the earth. I, the bird of darkness, will soon take this pitiful planet. Mine. Soon. Just soon. Mm. me just... Oh, excuse me. Let's do something real quick. I want to, I'm just wanting to check out those analytics. Yeah. Seems to be alright so far. Alright. Alright. Birmingham, 1969. There's a story about two young men from Birmingham, United Kingdom, and it happened in the year 1969. I'm not claiming that this is exactly how it happened down to the last detail, but still, this is more or less a true story. Terence, a man from the working class around the age of 20, had been interested in the occult for some time back then. He had painted his room in matte black and decorated it with inverted crosses, pentagrams, and pictures of demons and Satan himself. He read and wrote about dark cults, the supernatural, and about everything that is evil and unholy. His mate John knew this well. When he stumbled upon a book that was obviously written at least a couple of hundred of years ago, in Latin, he went straight to Terence and gave it to him as a present. None of them had any idea what it was about, since they did not understand Latin, but it was obvious from the appearance and the sound of some of the words written in it. It had to be something to do with black magic or witchcraft. Terence was so amazed by this book that he forgot to ask John where he had found it. He spent the whole evening trying to figure out what the book could teach him, but even after a couple of hours of intense studying, he still could not find a clue. Frustrated and exhausted, he put the book on his desk and simply went to sleep. He awakened in the middle of the night, not sure what it is that had interrupted his deep slumber. He then saw it. On the end of his bed, barely visible in the dark of his room, stood an enormous black shape with fiery red eyes, and it pointed at him. His natural reaction was to switch on the light, which he did, and the thing was gone. As it turned out, it was the book John had given him. He looked for it everywhere in his room, in his house, in his friend's house, but the book had simply vanished. Of course, this incident left a big influence on both of them. The influence was so big, in fact, that they decided to write a song about it and later rename the rock band that they played in after this song. The song's title was Black Sabbath, and that's how heavy metal was. That's how heavy metal was invented. Well then. Okay. Sure. Fucking. Well then. That's how heavy metal was made. The birth of 0 to 2. This is a story about what happened after Kirby destroyed Zero in Kirby's Dream Land 3. Remember when Zero's eyeball bleeds when Kirby hits it? Well, after Zero has exploded, the blood scattered all over the heavens, where it hit the angels who now suffer in pain and agony. When the angel even touches it, they cry for help. They transform into new dark matter, as dark matter conquered Ripple Star, where all the happy fairies lived in peace and harmony. The other dark matters go after one target to be their new master. They decide to have God be their new master, so they all surrounded him, making a new planet named Dark Star. And with that, God is transformed into a dark angel and cries blood. That is when the evil 02 was born. Eh? Eh? Eh. Just eh. Like, I don't know really what to give you on that one. Gary looked... Damn it. Birthday gift. Gary looked up. The ceiling fan was whirling over him, spinning so fast it looked as if the blades weren't there. The wind was blowing his beautiful, soft blonde hair around. Gary's nose was about 2 inches from the blades of the fan. Gary, being 6 years old, was not tall enough to reach the fan, so he propped up a stool and stood on it in order to get as close as possible. Gary felt an immense joy in being so close to the fan's blades. It gave him a sort of thrill. His mother's voice was calling, but he did not listen. Gary was having too much fun. Gary crouched a little, then jumped. There was a loud bang. There was blood everywhere. Gary was flat on the ground next to the stool. His nose was torn off, and he could only see through one eye. Gary didn't know what had happened to his face. He didn't even care. Outside the room, Gary's mother was screaming. She was banging on the door, but Gary had locked it and had rung his bike chain around the doorknob, making entry impossible. Gary got back up and climbed on the stool again, looked up at the bloodied, twisted, still spinning fan above. "Gary, open the door!" He heard his mother scream. "Gary, open the fucking door!" The room's ceiling, walls, and floor were spattered with Gary's blood. Gary was now completely broken, his face mangled beyond recognition. He was completely blind now, and a new form of darkness was enveloping him. He was dying. He didn't care, though. When his mother opens the door with the firefighters and their axe, she will get the surprise of her life. Oh, what a great birthday gift it will be. Not sure if the birthday part has anything to really do with it, but... Huh. Birthday. On your 33rd birthday, go to your local gas station and pick up the newspaper. The classified ads will have a small segment commentating your birth and asking you to turn around. Upon looking behind you, a man dressed in a black cloak will be advancing in your direction. If you choose to run away, he will haunt you for the rest of your life, eventually killing you. However, if you await his arrival and show no intent of fleeing, he will give you a small package. Inside, you shall find the object you most desire. Interesting. And I am currently 29. I'm almost an old man. An old man in my 30s. It used to be an old man. Alright. Birthmark. It should be noted that this is a common urban legend that has been passed down for decades. Someone decided to introduce it to the internet. A young man and his new bride were honeymooning in Paris. They were having a wonderful time when she decided to see if he truly loved her. She asked him if he would love her even if she wasn't beautiful. He told her he would, so she slowly turned... Blech. She asked him if she would love her even if she wasn't beautiful. He told her he would, so she slowly started removing her makeup, revealing a birthmark on her face. He really loved her, but he was shocked when he saw it. After seeing his expression, she left and didn't return. With time, the man began to fear the worst and went to the police. The police thought it was most likely the girl simply had second thoughts about the marriage. But they checked out anyway and found no evidence of foul play. As weeks turned into months, the man finally gave up on finding his beautiful wife, but his life fell into shambles. He was so filled with grief. Unable to hold a job or go on with his life, he took to wandering the world looking for anything that might ease his pain. Years later, in Borneo, he came up to a freak show in an old shabby building. He went on a whim. In the last filthy cage, he saw a twisted, scarred, mutilated woman rocking back and forth, groaning strange animal-like noises. He screamed as he recognized the birthmark on his wife's face. Interesting. Oh, excuse me. I'll just check something real quick. Okay. Okie dokie. That's alright. Alright. The Black Abyss. Each and every mind you encounter will be different. There will never be one the same. Except for mine. It's more than different. It's a deep, dark, black abyss full of spiderwebs with no spiders. They say I'm not crazy, but, well, I know they are lying. If I were not crazy, I wouldn't be hearing these things of evil, the voices they speak. They speak truth. Their words and stories bring life to me. I once was a selfless, defenseless body, until the voices came and brought me to the light of joy and happiness. I don't have emotion anymore. The voices carry it for me. They tell me when to smile. They tell me when to laugh, when to frown, when to cry, when to speak. They know more about me than I knew of myself. No one can ever understand the substantial pain I felt. That's when the comforting voices took their place in my mind. I used to cry every night, physically or mentally. I always felt the urge to give up, go away with my life. I needed a place for me to hide. I couldn't have that, though. I had to have this deep, dark, lifeless spirit. People said it hurt not to feel. I argued back, saying, "You're crazy." I couldn't understand why I enjoyed this life so much. They couldn't understand what the voices did for me. Even if they could understand, they wouldn't believe me. They would laugh at me and say I was crazy. In reality, though, I'm not. The side of me that no one sees is the side that has no feeling. The side where the voices are depleted. When they aren't telling me what to do. Those are the days when I want to give up. Those are the days I carry my friend, my helpful friend, the one that's so shiny and sharp. The voices come back and tell me the news of happiness again. That's when I know they care. They tell me time and time again that life isn't so bad. They tell me life is bearable and life is fun. I don't always believe them. The voices, they fill the void in my mind. The voices know how to make me feel happy again. They know my pain. It's as though the voices are my pain. They just live life so much easier. How do they do it? I don't know the answer. It's as if they're a drug that I'm familiar with, something that soothes me, something that eases my tension. I hurt with a great deal of pain unless the voices are there. Then I know no pain. This is mind. So this mind of mine, you will never be able to grasp its rusted chains. The deep, dark, black abyss is more to life than life itself. It's as if I'm two people at once. You know what I mean? No, of course you don't. I crack myself up again. I crack myself up sometimes. I expected people to feel what I feel. I'm so ignorant some days. Well, maybe one day you will feel the joy of being controlled by your own mind. Oh, yeah. And the voices? They say hi. I like that one. The idea that the voices in your head are actually the parts that keep you happy, and the lack of them is what brings you down. And I could see that as being plausible. The black and white slide. My grandma fell down last. Farah! Farah! No. Naughty. Naughty. Cats. Fuck. I just need to go ahead and rip out the carpet around my desk. Find a decent replacement or something. Okay. I'm gonna try again. How'd it go from no data, excellent condition on the street? What? Whatever. The black and white slide. My grandma fell down last year and had to spend some time in a nursing home. While she was gone, I was cleaning up old shit she had accumulated around the house so she could not get a. While she was gone, I was cleaning up old shit she had accumulated around the house so she could get around better. My mom and I could find any important papers. I found an old, not really old, like 80s or 90s, black and white slide. It was of some guy laying in a coffin. Dead, of course. I thought it was creepy because he looked like me. I asked my mom if she knew who it was. She said, "It's you." She was joking. She then looked at it, and her eyes got huge, and started crying and hugged me and said she was sorry she made that joke. I said, "It doesn't look like anyone but me, does it?" And she said, "No, it really doesn't. Grandma doesn't remember anything about the slide. I still have it, I shit you not. It looks like me. Just like me." Seems like some kind of foreshadowing. The Black Cat and the Girl by True Neba. When I was around about 11 years old, maybe 10, my door, which was shut, popped open, and a black cat's head popped around the corner, and the cat walked into my room, climbed up the wall, and, in a way, danced gracefully around stuff on top of my chest of drawers. It may seem like a weird sort of sleep paralysis, but right afterwards, a small child dressed in black came and picked up the cat after petting it and ran off. It happened to me once every few weeks. As I got older, I noticed the girl was getting older as well, but the cat stayed the same and continued to dance every day. Recently, I started talking to the girl, and she ignored me, all 4 times. 5 weeks ago, I was looking forward to the cat's visit, and once it did finally visit, I tried to walk over to it and pat it. But it jumped out of the window when I almost touched it, which happened to be open that one night. And the girl came in before and noticed the cat was gone. She took one look at me, and her eyes went from pale blue to a deep but light red. But it wasn't a glowing red, just a red that I couldn't look away from. I felt paralyzed. Then I noticed the cat walk in and sat on my windowsill, and it just sat and watched as the girl step by step walked at me. And just before she touched me, I managed the will to move, reached over to my bat, and went to swing at her, but she was gone as I looked back. But the cat was still there, and leapt off my windowsill. She hasn't visited me since, but the cat still does. And I wake up always just before the cat walks in. I fall asleep after watching it dance. Seems like one of those weird lucid things. All right. The Black Cloak. The Black Cloak is a mysterious yet very terrifying being that lurks and hides in dark places. Its intentions are unknown, but it seems to instill great fear into anyone who knows it's there. My name is Damon, and I've experienced the most terrifying thing that ever happened in my life. It was 3 a.m. in the morning, and I was all by myself in the house. It was dark, but the only light that was on was my lamp. And I was busy reading some books that's when I started to hear some sounds. Oh, excuse me. I ignored it at first, but the sounds came out even more. They sounded like 2 pots clanging. As I was making my way to the kitchen, I couldn't help but feel as though I wasn't alone in the house. I kept feeling these cold rushes over my body like something just flew past me. Just then, I saw something standing in the corner of the living room. I couldn't describe it really because I was scared at my very core, but I managed to make a description. It was tall, and it was slumped down almost like a zombie, and it looked to be in a black coat, but the face wasn't shown. Also, I could see its hands. They were very thin and bony, almost like a skeleton. It suddenly looked up at me, swiftly scaring the hell out of me, so I went back to my room as fast as I could, opening every light I had in my room. I stayed awake the whole day until my parents came home and saw me in a mess. I wanted to tell them, but they wouldn't believe me. They wouldn't believe me anyway, so I just made an excuse that I drank too much coffee. To this day, I keep every light on and making sure there are no dark places. If I were you, I wouldn't go in the dark. I will never take a picture, and even if I did, I would not survive. What the hell is that? I got a buzzy and I don't know what it was. Got like 1,000 notifications. Where is it? Alright, don't know. Whatever. Black Code. The Black Code. Can you unlock the source? Go, every age, and wipe out all who resemble. Happiness can only be unlocked here. Happiness can only be unlocked where it can't. Love her. Love her, you. Love her. You can't because the knowledge is inescapable. In your orders lies is only acceptance. There are 1,000 doors for each, but your additions are locked. The blood of mercy paint her go down. You are not above. Mother, sister, and brother, daughter love it too. If somebody gives it to you, then love that which you have now. King Justice was not until King Goddamn. King Justice sleeps in breath. Do it to you, so all children do it too. Take it. Written by I. De Cashman. This one's kind of confusing. I don't know what it's trying to tell me. I really don't. I don't know what it's talking about. I'm very confused. Okay. Alright. I love you. Alright. Okay, this is a good one. I believe this is from, this is similar to like a Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark story. I'm not sure if it is one or not, but I think it's fun. Chill, cat. Yeah, well, she can still chill. The Black Coffin. It was late one night when a couple were driving through the dark street, when the husband asked his wife, "When I die, promise me that you will bury me in a white coffin." The wife promised that she would. Wait, I need to redo this. It was late. The Black Coffin. It was late one night when a couple were driving through the dark street, when the husband asked his wife, "When I die, promise me that you'll bury me in a white coffin." The wife promised that she would, and she thought it was a rather abnormal question to ask. A couple years later, the couple became really poor because of their mortgages, and soon the husband died. Knowing that the husband wanted to be buried in a white coffin, refused for fear that she would become a beggar. So she decided to bury him in a black coffin because it wasn't as expensive. One night, the wife heard an eerie voice through the howling wind outside as she was watching TV. Black coffin in your street. She froze, a strange voice that she had heard before. She froze, a strange voice that she had heard before but did not recognize. She shook off the thought and just thought it was just the wind. Then 1 minute later she heard, "Black coffin at your mailbox." She suddenly became frightened and shook it off, but tense as soon as she heard the eerie voice again. "Black coffin at your door." As soon as she heard it, she heard the knock at her door. She screeched and ran into her bedroom. She heard the door creak open at her house, and she heard the door creak open to her house, and she heard the voice again. "Black coffin at your bedroom door." the voice said swiftly. She screamed at the moment it divided into pleasant. Black coffin inside your room. And I'm gonna get you. The bedroom door opened as she felt the closet doors open as she was grabbed by the black coffin. Grabbed into the black coffin. I want to think there's something. Is that the same one? There's a really good one where it's two parts for some reason. But it's like a crow character that reads it. It's really good, by the way. I definitely recommend it if you can find it. It's fun. You can search up the Black Coffin. You'll probably see it. It's a CGI animation, and he's got like, and he does have like what you'd think of a crow, like an old crotchety crow sound of a thing. I see. It was one late night when a couple was driving through the dark street, something like that. But I don't think it's exactly the same as this, because I remember it being a guy who was being haunted by the Black Coffin, because you hear the voices of like women and whatnot. Just a second. I don't want to forget that in the morning and then get confused like what to pick. I screwed the light bulb on. They're LED lights, so pretty easy. All right, it's about 1:30, so I'll probably cut it around there. It'll be in about half an hour, so it'll be a little bit over a 4-hour stream. Yeah. All right. Black Diamond. I was playing Minecraft. I spawned in a new world I had just created. It was a nicer place than with over. It was a nice place with overhangs, lots of sugarcane, and loads of trees. It was easy to make a house. I surrounded it with sugarcane and added a bit of privacy. And added paintings to add a little more class. It was a nice place, all in all. One thing disturbed me, though. The entire world, for all its size and scenery, was utterly mobless. I found no pigs, cows, sheep, chickens. I couldn't even find myself a bed to get through the nights quicker. It was so dull that I wished I could hear that familiar from the creeper. One night I was keeping watch on my balcony of my house, armed with an iron sword, when I saw something moving in the trees nearby. It appeared to be a player. Judging by the shape of the creature, it appeared to be a player judging by the shape of the creature. But that was impossible. I was on a single-player server, and it had no nameplate above it. I took out my bow and shot a few arrows at it. Almost immediately it was in front of me, its eyes glowing red. I took out my iron sword and struck it. It made the default player's damage sound, then simply disappeared. No puff of smoke or anything like that. It was as if it had disconnected itself for getting struck by me. However, it did drop something. I walked over and picked it up. It was a diamond, but instead of that bright blue coloring, it was pitch black. This didn't bother me. A diamond was a diamond. I went up to the crafting table, planning to make myself a jukebox or a diamond shovel. I never got that chance. The game crashed, and I had to reboot my entire computer. After it was finished, though, the Minecraft program was still there. I entered to see if my world was still there. It wasn't. Instead was where my old world was, a new one. You know what it was called? Black Diamond. Created by Nico589. It's an okay one. I might go and take a better look at that picture if it's able to actually be readable. Black ice. Do you remember walking in school as a kid in the winter? Playing in the snow? Snowball fights with your friends? And the ever so fun black ice? I remember we would slide around on our boots like it was a skating rink. But one day my friends had all stayed home sick. When I was walking the way I normally did, I noticed a patch of ice maybe 10 feet away. I started to walk fast and build up speed to slide across, but as I got maybe a foot away from it, the black ice. How I will never forget that patch of black ice. You couldn't see it. It had an inch of powdery snow on top of it. I hit the black ice and lost my balance. I fell over and landed in the embankment of the snow and from weeks of snowplows. When I hit the 3-foot high embankment, I landed on a large chunk of ice. I broke my spine. I sat there helpless, unable to move. I heard the rumble of a snowplow coming down the road. Gracie! Gracie! God damn it. As I sat there helpless, unable to move, I heard the rumble of a snowplow coming down the road. It had snowed a bit. It had snowed a bit the night before, and when the truck passed by, a wall of snow engulfed me. So there I sat, crippled, unable to muster a breath to scream. I was helpless. I was a mummy encased in my icy tomb. Every day for weeks, my friends walked past and played games, not knowing my frozen, lifeless body sat there, feet away from discovery. By the time the snow melted enough for me to for them to find me, it was weeks after my disappearance. They had found my frostbitten corpse after the snow melted away enough to show my feet. My friends saw it was where my friends saw when they were walking to school. One of them had slipped on the black ice and had fallen eye level with my foot. God, I love black ice. Gracie? Let me see if I can pull that one up. See if I can read that. Whoa, 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 what the hell? What hell? Just let me look at the thing. Voices? Nope, can't tell. Don't save. Oh well. Test, test. Sorry, I'm checking something. Sorry, I'm checking something. Sorry, I'm checking something. Okay. Black Nest. The Black Nest. On a very hollow road, where frogs have once croaked, there was a black nest. And it didn't look the best. Once you were to look at the nest, you would fall into an eternal rest. Once a man was walking by, he saw some eggs to fry. He climbed the tree to see what was to eat. When he slipped and fell, he broke his skull, and the rest of his story is way too dull. Careful what you're going after. Don't want to. Oh my god. Yeah, that doesn't fit there. Sorry, I'm looking at the tiny picture. I don't know how much you guys can see, but that little picture just. It's awful. It's just like, I know that's not the thing. It's not the thing it is, whatever. Okay. Black Ops Haunted Jungle. I was playing Call of Duty Black Ops with a couple of friends. I got the game a couple of months before at a flea market. Anyways, I was playing on a jungle with a Japanese soldier from World at War came. Anyways, I was playing on jungle with a Japanese soldier from World at War came charging out, making a noise that sounded like an inhuman scream. He ran to the nearest person, grabbed him, and ripped him in half. We all watched in horror as he tossed the bloody parts to the side and turned to us. Our weapons disappeared, and all we could do was run away from the deadly soldier. Behind me, I heard inhuman screams as he killed one person after another. I kept running till I came to a cottage and I entered it, hiding in a corner. The screams were happening. The screams were happening all around me. After an hour of this, it stopped. I sat in the cottage thinking it was over. Boy, was I wrong. I walked out of the door and the soldier was standing there with the blood all over his hands and face. He let out a demonic laugh, grabbed me, and threw me into a tree. There was a sound of bones snapping and my body lay on the ground dead. When you see the soldier drags you off, what you see when... Oh, never mind, that's for the picture. My character wouldn't respawn. After about 30 minutes, the soldier came back and dragged me into a pile of dead players. He threw me into a pile and burned it. The pile burned and the fire was realistic. Suddenly, the screen went black and the soldier's face popped up on the screen saying, "You're next, John." It was strange, because my name wasn't John. My younger brother's middle name is John. The next day I came home from school and sat... The next day I came home from school to a sight that made me throw up. My brother hanging from the ceiling fan, his arms were ripped off and his eyes were gouged out. The soldier stepped out of the shadows with a knife, laughed, and disappeared. All my friends I was playing with had similar stories, so every day when I hear the words Call of Duty, I scream and bang my head against the wall. No one ever plays Call of Duty on Friday the 13th. No one ever played Call of Duty on Friday the 13th. I'm not sure I like that one. That one wasn't a very good one to me. Black Prism. Thousands of years ago in a small town was a large building that outstood all the other structures. It was made to be seen from miles away, so it was so tall you couldn't see the top, only clouds. This also stopped the sun from shining down, leaving only darkness on the town. But the moon was different. Once every month, at midnight, one could see a white glow emanating from the tower. Only certain people were allowed inside, but there was one boy who was said to have snuck in, and what this boy saw was a mystery. When he came back down, he was completely silent. He never ate. He just sat in his room quietly. The next day, he finally fell asleep. He lied there for minutes. His family sat beside him until he suddenly started having fits, uncontrollable spasms. He continuously choked and coughed up blood until he suddenly stopped. He laid there with his eyes wide open, dead. His mother was shocked to see what had happened. When she looked at his eyes, she saw all of her fears, her worst fears imaginable, until she stopped and just sat there motionless, completely silent. Present day, the tower is in ruins. Anyone was allowed in there, without knowledge of how sacred it was. Most of the tower is crumbled to rubble, leaving only one window. People come from miles away just to see it. The window was a large black triangle, so black that you can't see through it at all. People had wondered for years why the window would be built if it wasn't transparent, but nobody knew. People who had looked through the window, however, were said to have seen disturbing images. Images of their worst fears. Images that they were said to have horrified the viewer so much that the person would have been struck with a permanent state of shock, unable to share knowledge of what they saw. If they ever came across a triangle of darkness, if you ever come across a triangle of darkness, don't look through it. You might just see your worst nightmare. That one's kind of interesting. You know, I feel like some of these you could probably try and research, see, well, is this actually a thing? Especially anything that gives you location. Especially anything that gives you actual locations and dates. The Black Quill. When one writes an autobiography, as part of them is left on the paper. A part of them is left on the paper. In the 1800s, many of the critically acclaimed were writing autobiographies. Most of these people were shallow, placing the highest value not of friends or family, but on wealth and possessions. Because they had so much, the only thing left to do was at the end of their life was to preserve it. They falsely held their own lives to such high degree, when in reality they had just succumbed to an existence devoted to selfishness and greed. If an autobiographer wanted to preserve their life as memorable as possible, they would use a black quill in writing their autobiography. This quill seemed to have magic properties. It was fabled to enable the writer to craft his or her story to perfection. However, the quill was in every way a feather. With one exception, it was made completely out of obsidian. It also bore an inscription, "He who lives for no one but himself has not lived at all." Only people who have lived prosperous lives had the connections required to track down the black quill. The quill is controlled by one man, named simply the Decider. In this time, any vain person certainly sought after the black quill if they wanted to chronicle their selfish existence properly. After said author tracked down the Decider's whereabouts, he or she was then able to use the black quill. It really was as simple as that. The Decider didn't charge for the use of this quill, nor did he ask for it back. After he gave the quill, he would only whisper, "Shallow waters fade fast." And as quickly as he appeared, he would disappear, melding into the darkness. Afterwards, the author would then retire to his study, begun the work of writing an autobiography. As the author wrote, the quill never needed to be dipped in ink, as it had an endless supply. When the author wrote, words, ideas, and memories flowed as if the black quill was doing all the work. In a single half-hour session, the autobiographies would have his or her work completed. The autobiographer would have his or her work completed. It was as if the author's soul had filled the paper, using the black quill as a conduit. If the author did not live a life of vanity, the quill would fade away. The autobiography would have remained as a perfectly chronicled storyline of the author's life. However, if the author had lived a shallow life filled with greed and trivial material things, something much more sinister would occur. They would look at their hands in horror as they and themselves faded completely from existence. It was such complete fade from existence, it was as if they had never existed at all. Like the Decider said, "Shallow waters fade fast." I think that's a good one. I think that's a pretty good one. The idea of trying to chronicle your life and keep things well documented to show people and keep your legacy alive. I feel like that's something that's. Farah. Knock it off. Oh. Mm. The idea of chronicling, but yeah, that's what people tend to do. They only want to write the good things about them. Only a brave few, and that's still a huge number to say a brave few that are willing to write the truth of their stories. The Black Room. I woke up in a room. I couldn't see anything. Then I realized it was just an empty black room. I was strapped to a chair. A door opened slowly with a burst of white. I was temporarily blind. I saw a black figure walk over to me, slowly creeping towards me as I struggled to get out. No luck. It was bolted to the ground. I asked him who he was. I am the bringer of nightmares, the bringer of death. I am your own personal hell. I laughed and said, How long did you take to come up with that? In a soft voice, he whispered in my ear, Ignorance. Such ignorance. I felt cold steel plunge into my chest. Now, will you only speak when addressed? Yes. I managed to sputter through blood. He laughed maniacally. You are so unaware of true pain. You are unaware of fear. I coughed up more blood, the warm liquid seeping through my lips. You are unaware of death. I was plunged into darkness after those words. I think this would be really interesting with visuals. Like, you wouldn't have to have anything super detailed or anything. You could be super vague in how you could make it, but I think this would create a really incredible visual because most of it's going to stay dark until the door opens. And then you'll see the vague the guy and then the shadow. Make like a minute and a half. Someone should totally get on that. Black Shadow. Oh, this is a drink. I wish they had a pitcher. Drink 1 lemon wedge, sugar, 1 shot of vodka, and 2 drops black food coloring. Moisten rim of the martini glass and coat with sugar. Refrigerate until ready to serve. Mix vodka and coloring. Shake in a cocktail mixer. Fill halfway with ice. Strain into chilled glass and serve. That seems interesting. I think my Whiffbin might enjoy that. I'm not sure I would. Depends on the cocktail mixer, maybe. What the flavor it may be. Alright, I think we have maybe 1 or 2 more. The Black Stone. In 1653, Spanish explorers found the ruins of what appeared to be a Mesoamerican step pyramid in what is modern South Carolina. Though the site was far beyond the borders of any known American indigenous populations, it was also of a smaller size than existed Mesoamerican structures, and bore an unrecognizable form of glyphic decoration. Local natives were familiar with the structure but knew nothing about it. The Spaniards sought to disassemble the building as the heathen relic and did so, brick by brick, salvaging the materials to construct their own nearby settlement. Deconstructing halted, however, when one brick was uncovered at the core of the structure, carved entirely of black glass. The stone, approximately 2 feet by 3, was impossible to move or even budge by any man or animal. Attempts were made to dig the stone out from beneath, but excavation revealed that it extended indefinitely into the earth. In frustration, the captain of the explorers fired a glancing blow off of the surface of the stone. The obsidian block was undamaged, but moments after the blow had struck, it silently retracted downwards, sliding downward into the hole that quickly collapsed inward on itself, burying the retreating obsidian column. The Spaniards interpreted this as an evil omen and abandoned the site, never to return. That one's okay, I suppose. Like, it's interesting because of giving historical context. We're almost into the Bloods. Black Widows. I always knew it would end like this somehow. My life has always had a cruel irony about it. I should explain. You see, ever since my friend from when my family lived in Texas died from a bite of a black widow, I've been almost deathly scared of spiders. I watched my friend after the bite as they tried to rush her anti-venom. She had been bitten while we were playing. Farah! God damn it! Jesus Christ! Ah. Son of a bitch. Really wish I had my own office. Oh. Okay, sorry about that. Where was I? I watched my friend after the bite as they tried to rush her anti-venom. She had been bitten while we were playing earlier that day, but we were alone. By the time her parents came home, she was already burning with a fever and her entire arm hurt from the venom. I watched as she lost control of her muscles, becoming a blob of jelly before finally succumbing to death. That happened when I was 7. It's been 29 years since then, and I get so scared when I see a spider. I even had to be taken to the emergency room from how worked up I got. My husband, however, does a good job of keeping the little crawlers away from our home. We never saw them again inside, and he would take care of them before I saw them. But today was something I could never imagine seeing. He had been gone on a business trip for about 3 days, and the delivery man brought a large, long box. It reeked of something dead. It was heavy, too. Heavier than most deliveries the guy did. He laid it on the ground and offered to open the box for me. I should have said no. He pulled out a crowbar and began to pull the lid off the box. Surprisingly, it flew off, but the contents were also flung onto him. And I screamed murder at the sight. A good amount of black widows were flung onto him as he was bitten continuously by them and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. I looked over into the box and something was even more horrific. The corpse of my husband, crawling with black widows. He had obviously been a good snack for them. I slammed the door shut and tried to call the police, but my phone lines were dead, and my cell wasn't getting any reception, oddly enough. I heard something outside my door. I think they were actually tearing through the wood. They were coming for me. coming to devour me as well. Something just fell. I looked to the doorway, and they have all made their way in. They seem to be lining up as if trained like a military combat squad. I pull a gun out to keep the nearby hallway for intruders. If I have to choose, I'd rather it be quick and painless. Alright, I think that's about it. I am, it's 1 o'clock on my end. I think I'm ready to go. Ready to go to Sleepy Betty Bye. Well, I hope you all enjoyed it. Even with all the cat shenanigans. The shenanigans. And all their destructiveness. So, thank you for watching. Feel free to like, comment, subscribe. Feel free to like, comment, share, and subscribe if you want to be my buddy. Feel free to take a look at the description down below for various links. For my Discord, Twitter, Facebook, all that jazz. You can take a look at my Patreon, which I still have yet to do anything with. So by all means, stay safe, stay creepy, let your freak flag fly, and always remember, you have potential. Bye.